Good morning. Welcome to the July 14th Bastille Day 2026 meeting of the New Mexico Water Quality Control Commission. And I guess without further ado, we'll have a roll call.
Good morning. Commissioner Bayless, are you present?
Yes.
I see you. Chair Brankard.
Present.
Commissioner Barunda, who I don't see on the platform. Commissioner Shakalian.
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman.
Here.
Commissioner Langer, who has told me she's going to be absent. So for the record, she's out. Commissioner Laney.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning. Commissioner Fry.
Present.
Commissioner Sloan. Commissioner Syed.
Present.
Thank you. Vice Chair Thompson.
I'm here.
Commissioner Vigil.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Today, but it got postponed. Whatever hopes of a settlement in the Santa Fe compliance order case. With that, any other comments on today's agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I would move for approval of the agenda.
Second. Commissioner Vigil, Commissioner Thompson, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. All right. So we have a fairly short set of minutes for the June 8th, 2026 meeting. Although I guess technically it's June 8th through 18th meeting. Any comments on that? I have Commissioner Fry.
Yes, this is Commissioner Fry. I just had a question on the commissioners present, and maybe because it was such a long hearing, maybe this is why this happened, but was Elizabeth Anderson and Katie Zemlich both on that meeting? They're usually one's on and the other's not. And I don't remember, so.
It was Zemlich.
Yeah, that's my recollection that for that hearing, Commissioner Zemlich, when she was around, was the only one representing the state engineer's office.
And I believe then Commissioner Anderson then was not in that hearing.
I don't believe so.
Okay. I will make those changes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I have a question for the hearing officer. At the end of the testimony, we had a whole discussion about a schedule post-hearing. And so I think we need to document that, and we can either document it in the minutes or in a separate order from you. What would be your preference?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. The separate order will accompany the notice of transcript filing, which we expect to be filed next Monday, July 20th. In the meantime, I can certainly share with you what the actual dates are. We're supposed to receive all transcripts next Monday, July 20. By August 20, we are supposed to receive the department's final proposed rule in red line. September 14th is the other party's final red line. October 5th is proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, any closing argument they'd like to make. I then prepare a roadmap or hearing officer report in time for your deliberations on November 9th. And possibly, is it the 10th? I'm sorry, yeah.
I think we scheduled 2 days.
Okay, yeah.
Is that the night?
We have to miss Veterans Day, but yes, it's that week.
Right.
All right. And all of this will be typed out next Monday in connection with informing the parties that all transcripts have been received.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. With that, any other comments on the minutes?
Mr. Chair, just a clarification. Are those dates and actions to be added to the minutes? No.
Sure, why not?
We could, but I mean, it's up to the hearing officer whether she wants to document it in the minutes or in a separate order. I gave her the option. She said she wanted to document it in a separate order.
Okay,
So then we don't need to have them in the minutes. We need to.
thank you. Then I move approval of the amended minutes that reflect the fact that State Engineer Anderson was not present.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
You. And so all those in favor of adopting the amended minutes, the June 8th, 18th meeting, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Opposed? Okay, so the minutes are adopted. And with that, we get to introduce a brand new WQCC commissioner representing the Office of the State Engineer and the Interstate Stream Commission. Amran Sayed, I'll let you have the floor to introduce yourself and say a word or two, sing a song.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm Kamran Sayed, and I am the Hydrology Bureau Chief at the Office of the State Engineer. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and master's and PhD in hydrology and water resources. Just like about 6 weeks ago, I assumed this position of the Hydrology Bureau Chief. And I am excited to be part of this commission. And Dr. Zamblick filled me in about the protocols and the procedures here. So I have some background knowledge, but I will learn as I attend more meetings. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself.
Thank you. Well, it's good to have another PhD. We try to keep the PhD lawyer level at a kind of a balance on the commission. So it's important. Well, which is, not necessarily a bad thing. All right, with that, we are going to completely shift gears, leave our sacred territory of the Water Quality Act and enter into the Utility Operators Certification Act. An entirely different statute, a licensing statute, which the commission has a number of duties under, and one of which is to appoint the members of an advisory board to help the commission with rules and other policy matters. And with that is, who's going to lead us here in this discussion today?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Joshua Gandaria. I'm an attorney for NMED, and alongside me representing the department is Mr. Brian Bennett, who is the manager of the Utility Operator Certification Program for NMED. Now, the reason we're before you this morning is, as you mentioned, to request the reappointment of 2 current members of the Utility Operator Advisory Board and the new appointment of two new members. Now, pursuant to, as you mentioned, NMSA 1978, Section 6133(4)(c), that section states that the Commission shall appoint a 7-member board from certified operators to function with the Commission to establish qualifications of operators, classify public water systems and public wastewater facilities, adopt rules, advise the department on the administration, and advise the the Department on the Administration of the Utility Operator Certification Act. Now, consistent with past practice, the department is presenting the advisory board's recommended nominees this morning to the commission for appointment. Notice to the public was also provided through the commission's publicly available agenda, and in accordance with the previously mentioned statute, NMSA 6133(4)C, 2 members selected by the board shall sit with the commission as members to which that act is applicable. Therefore, we're requesting that 2 members from the Utility Operator Certification Advisory Board sit with the commission for this specific agenda item. And we propose that those 2 members be Maria Gilvari and Michael Ivan Abel. Is this acceptable to the commission?
It's not only acceptable, it's the law. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, please note that the 2 members that we're asking you to reappoint, which are Sidney Hoke and Craig Byers, as mentioned previously, are current members of the advisory board who have previously been appointed by the commission and are seeking new 3-year terms. Now, we're also asking the new appointment of Ms. Teresa Stevens and Mr. Joshua Silva to fill vacant alternate member positions. Now, we also provided letters of interest and resumes to the Office of Public Facilitation, and it's my understanding that those were distributed among the commission.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Now, with the commission's permission, I would like to ask Mr. Brian Bennon to address the commission with some brief remarks.
Thanks.
Good morning,
believe-
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, excuse me, Council, the advisory board members are online, is that correct? Who are participating as commission members?
I believe
Oh,
so.
they're right here. Oh, no, they're right here.
They're right
Come on
there.
up.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, the commission has been provided the letters of interest and resumes for each of the proposed nominees. I'd like to briefly introduce each nominee and summarize their qualifications. I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce the new staff of the NMED Utility Operator Certification Program. I'm joined today by Carlos Gonzalez, Program Team Lead, and Veronica Serrano, Program Coordinator, Business Operations Specialist. Both have joined online. I will also acknowledge that the Advisory Board Chair, Kathy Eisen, is here with us today as well. I'd first like to introduce Sidney Hoke. Mr. Hoke is the Water Treatment Plant Manager for H2O Innovation Utility Partners LLC, Hickory Apache Utility Authority. He has been in the water and wastewater field for 39 years and holds current Water Supply Level 4, Wastewater System Level 4 certifications. Mr. Hoke has served on the advisory board for the past 12 years. Next, I'd like to introduce Craig Byers. Mr. Byers is the wastewater treatment plant superintendent for the village of Los Lunas. He has been in the water and wastewater field for over 17 years. Mr. Byers holds current Wastewater Systems Level 4 and Wastewater Laboratory Technician Level 3 certifications, as well as an Associate of Applied Science in Integrated Studies. Mr. Byers has served on the advisory board for 3 years. Next, I'd like to introduce Teresa Stevens. Ms. Stevens is the owner-operator of L&T Services, Inc., doing business as Living Water Stewardship, Ltd. She has been in the water and wastewater field for over 15 years. She holds current Water Supply Level 4 and Wastewater Systems Level 4 certifications, as well as a Bachelor's of Science in Biology. Ms. Stevens is a new nominee to the advisory board. Finally, I'd like to introduce Joshua Silva. Mr. Silva is the wastewater treatment superintendent for Los Alamos County. He has been in the water and wastewater field for 13 years. Mr. Silva holds current wastewater systems level 4, wastewater laboratory technician level 3, and water supply level 3 certifications. Mr. Silva is a new nominee to the advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bennon. Now, members of the commission, with that, the department would respectfully request that the commission approve the appointments of Sydney Hoke, Mr. Craig Byers, Teresa Stevens, and Joshua Silva to the Utility Operator Certification Advisory Board for 3-year terms pursuant to NMAC 20.7.4.29D. And we're requesting that these terms extend through June 30th of 2029. Before we ask for a formal vote, however, I have a question for the commission. Would the commission like to hear directly from any of the nominees?
Thank you, Council. I believe traditionally we give the nominees an opportunity to say something if they like. They don't have to, but if they like, you can go around to your nominees, please.
Okay. Would Sydney Hope like to say anything? No pressure. Yeah, it's optional.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sydney Hope may not be online. Is that correct?
He's online and able to unmute.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Hoke, would you like to say anything? If not, we'll move on to Mr. Craig Byers. Okay, Mr. Craig Byers.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Craig Byers, and as said, I've been with the Village of Las Tunas for going on 18 years. It has been a pleasure to serve on this committee for the last 3, and I look forward to serving for the next 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byers. And Mr. Hoke, I see your camera is on. Would you like to say a few words?
Oh, it would just be an honor to continue another 3-year term with the advisory board. And thank you for the consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hoke. Ms. Stevens?
We have Ms. Stevens live here, so. Yeah, and hit the button.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. As stated earlier, I'm a level 4, both water and wastewater, own and operate my own business. I have had the great opportunity of working on all sides of the table, public, private, consultant, federal, nonprofit. So it's an honor to be able to represent such a very strong force in our world that provides such a vital utility to all of us. So, and I'm glad you guys accepted the nomination. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Mr. Joshua Silva.
Who is also with us here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve on the board, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I guess I'll open this up to all the commissioners if they have any questions of any of the nominees. Hearing none, I guess I'll turn to our most experienced operator here, Mr. Bayless, if he has comments or wants to make a motion.
I make a motion to accept the appointments of Teresa Sydney, Joshua, and Greg, sorry, to the UOC AB.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. I think we need a roll call vote.
Commissioner Bayless, your vote.
Aye.
Chair Brankard.
Yes.
Has Commissioner Barunda joined us? I don't think so. Commissioner Shakalian,
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman,
Yes.
Commissioner Laney.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Fry,
Yes.
Commissioner Syed,
Yes.
Vice Chair Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Behill,
Yes.
Member Ison,
Yes.
Member Gilvari.
Yes.
Chair, your motion passed.
All right, we have a unanimous vote for the new members and continuing members of the board. And on behalf of the commission, we really appreciate all your willingness to serve and assist the agency and the community that you work with. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, thank you so much. I will submit a proposed order through the Office of Public Facilitation, confirming the appointments for the new board members today. Thank you and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. I'm not sure we need an order. We could just do it in the minutes. Okay, all right, where are we? Item number 6 on the agenda is WQCC 26-56, Green Streams Farms LLC, Green Stream Algae LLC, and the department request for approval of a settlement agreement. I'll open up with the department.
Yes, hi. Good morning, Chair Brankard, members of the commission. My name is Mia Napolitano, Assistant General Counsel for the New Mexico Environment Department. With me is Avery Young, the Water Protection, Compliance and Enforcement Bureau Chief. And we also have some representatives from Greenstream Farms and Greenstream Algae with us, and I'll let them introduce themselves right now.
Great, thank you. So Green Streams Farms?
Yes.
Terry Isles, on behalf of Greenstream Farms Commission and Chair. I do want to express my sincere apology because Russ Briggs, who is the manager of the entity, could not make it for this hearing, but he did want me to express his apologies for that. He had another engagement. In fact, his son is getting married right now in Idaho. So unfortunately,
I don't know why that's more important than us, but
I agree.
And Mr. Isles, is your last name I-L-E-S?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And Green Streams Algae LLC.
Yes, this is Todd Hansen. Hi, sorry I can't be with you in person. We do have, I think, local representation. Martin and Julio Chavez, who are our local farm managers, I believe are in the audience. And so we look forward to hopeful approval.
Thank you. They've been spotted.
Great. So we are here to respectfully request that the commission approve of the settlement agreement between the department and Greenstream Farms LLC. This agreement was attached as Exhibit 1 to the parties' joint request for approval of the settlement agreement and stipulated final order. The agreement meets the requirements in 20.1.3, 22, and MAC. Both the department and respondent would like this, respectfully request that this be approved. And the respondent is in compliance, so this agreement only resolves the civil penalty amount.
Thank you. Any comments from Green Streams Farms? The respondent?
We would just respectfully request that the agreement be approved. It was jointly negotiated and agreed upon, and I apologize for the sirens outside the office. They've redirected the entire interstate down 6th Street of Topeka, Kansas, of all places. But we would respectfully request that you approve the settlement agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. We
too,
arranged
Greenstream Algae would respectfully request approval. We work very close with the agency and Mia and Avery to reach the point where we're at for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The commission was provided with a copy of the agreement, I believe. And are there comments or questions from members of the commission? Seeing none, I'll just ask a question for the heck of it. There seemed to be a little confusion between sort of who's on first with running the facility, but is there a need to change the name of who the permittee is in this
If I
facility?
may be allowed, this is Terry Isles. Green Stream Farms is the owner of the facility, and we have a separate agreement with Green Stream Algae, and we believe that the permit should remain in the name of Green Stream Farms. That's why.
The
And we would
department is
support
okay
that.
with okay,
Just
great.
so it's clear though, there was some misunderstanding. There was an attorney involved with Green Stream Farms that had since passed away. And it appeared a lot of this correspondence was going through his office. And because of his passing, it just was not getting routed to other people involved, but they are now involved directly.
Okay, great. That's good to know. The department is happy with this arrangement?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll offer what there is a motion to accept the settlement agreement in 2656.
I would move that we accept the settlement agreement, WQCC 2656.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll second.
Yeah, Mr. Commissioner Chigalian. All right. Being this is a settlement agreement, I think we should have a roll call vote. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Bayless, what is your vote?
Aye.
Chair Brankard?
Yes.
Commissioner Shkrelian?
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman?
Yes.
Commissioner Laney?
Yes.
Commissioner Fry?
Yes.
Commissioner Syed?
Yes.
Vice Chair Thompson?
Yes.
And Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, and thank you to all your work on resolving this matter. We appreciate that, and hopefully
Yes.
things will work out better in the future with communications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brankard.
Thank you very much.
I just have a question about the signature. If you needed me to send you, if you're able to sign the Exhibit 1, the document that was provided to you, or if I should resend the settlement agreement as a separate attachment.
Yeah, well, we'll sign it. Don't worry. We'll work it out.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. With that, we have item number 7, WQCC 2621. Environment Department versus Department of Energy and Newport News Nuclear, BWXT Los Alamos LLC. And with that, who all's here? I see counsel for the department.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lisa Chai, Assistant General Counsel, representing the New Mexico Environment Department.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Carrie Olson from Spencer Fain on behalf of Newport News.
Right. Are these the only parties?
It looks like John Evans is online as well.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. John Evans on behalf of the Department of Energy.
Okay. Great. Okay, so we are here for status conference.
And our understanding is that there's been a notice of hearing, so that dates have been set aside for November 10th and continuing until the conclusion of the hearing with the appointed hearing officer, Alicia Orth, and the parties have been trying to meet to see if we can reach a settlement, but on behalf of the department, we wish to maintain the hearing dates so we don't lose that time because I know everybody's schedule is very busy.
Mr. Evans, did you have any comments at this point?
I did not.
This is Carrie. I generally agree with Ms. Shai. We've been in ongoing negotiations and those seem to be productive at this point. So I don't think there's any action that needs to be taken today. However, I just want to be mindful that at some point, I'm hoping that we're able to resolve it through settlement, but if that breaks down or as we get closer, if we want to actually try to hold a hearing in November, we would need to build in time for motions and discovery. I think it's premature to do that because we're making good progress, but I don't want to lose sight of that. So I would suggest perhaps instead of having to reconvene or take up time during the commission meeting, that we could move it to do check-ins or updates directly with the hearing officer, if that works for you all.
Certainly.
Yeah, I appreciate you working with the hearing officer, any deadlines, et cetera. So it's November 10th, is that the date?
That was the date that was in the order issued by the commission after the last status conference, I believe.
So just to slightly spoil your party, the commission has scheduled to start meeting the day before on deliberations on the surface water rulemaking, which might take more than one day. We're not sure, just so you're aware of that.
We would not be opposed to a later hearing date, but I don't know how the department feels about it.
I would suggest you work with the hearing officer then and whatever arrangements need to be made. Anything else?
Not from the department, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the update. All right. What time are we at here?
9:40.
Okay, should we start up the hearing?
Why not?
All right, so we are now on item number 8, WQCC 25-57. This is a continuation of in the matter of petition to approve partial abatement completion report for former Fox and Associates site, JVP partnership. I'll hand this over to our hearing officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Knight, I see you on your feet. Do you have something before I begin my introduction?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I was just wondering if we could, if it'd be a good time to take a short break, because we've been here for a little while. And before we get into the hearing, which might go for some hours, if this would be a good time for a short break. But
okay,
or that in your discussion.
So our morning break would typically be around 10:30.
Right. I just didn't want to get started and then take a break.
All right, we have a few things to do before that. So let's keep going. Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer appointed by the commission to conduct the hearing in WQCC 25-57. This is a petition to approve alternative abatement standards for the former Fox and Associates site. We had, I would say, most of the hearing on May 12th, 2026. We heard from the petitioner's witnesses, Ms. Alvarado, Mr. Snyder, and Mr. Reyes de Zul. We also heard from the department's witnesses, Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Ball. We have 2 more witnesses from the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority, Ms. Bicknell and Mr. Gates. When we broke on May 12th, Mr. Domenici had indicated that he had a few questions of Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Ball to follow up on a question that had been asked by one of the commissioners. So I'm hoping we can have them back. That is exactly where we broke at 5 p.m. on May 12th. And then we'll hear from Mr. Stomp and his witnesses. So Mr. Ball and Mr. Hernandez.
And if I may,
Mr. Kim?
Yes, thank you. So this is Zach Kim on behalf of the petitioner. I just want to let the commissioners know that this morning when Pete Domenici and Jay Snyder were embarking on their journey to Santa Fe, they were delayed by a major accident in Albuquerque. They are arriving in Santa Fe approximately right now. And if the commission allows it, I would agree with Mr. Knight to take the morning recess right now so Mr. Domenici and Mr. Snyder can properly enter the room and be present in the room for the questioning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kim. How prescient of you, Mr. Knight.
Well, Madam Hearing Officer, in fact, Mr. Hernandez may have been delayed by the same accident on the same highway. So he should be arriving very soon.
Shall we break until 10? All right, let's break until 10. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Ball, for going to the witness seats. You're still under oath. Mr. Domenici, at the very end of the day on May 12th, you said you had some questions to follow up on a commissioner question of these witnesses. Do you still have that question?
Yes, I do. So this is the follow-up on a question from Commissioner Thompson. And it relates directly to the soil screening guidance document that was referred to in various testimony. And so I provided a lengthy excerpt of that as Exhibit 15. And I'd like to see if that could be put up on the screen and have Mr. Ball identify that. So I think the question was, is the soil screening guideline, has it gone through a rulemaking? I think your answer was no, if I recall, to Mr. Thompson. So my question to you, sir, is do you recognize this document?
I do.
And I think in your testimony, you indicated that this was a document prepared by the Hazardous Waste Bureau. Do you recall that testimony?
It is prepared by the Hazardous Waste Bureau in the sense that the Hazardous Waste Bureau has the contracting mechanism for that document. As it is Groundwater Quality Bureau is referenced in the document as well.
So if you'll turn to page 2, it looks at the top, it says this guidance document is being developed in coordination with the NMED's Hazardous Waste Bureau and Groundwater Quality Bureau. Correct?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 4, which is the summary of changes table, are you familiar that this document has been updated at various times since 2014 all the way up until as recent as 2022?
That's consistent with my understanding.
And that tap water exposure was included as far back as 2014, if you see the highlighted section there.
I can't really see it very well.
Oh, okay.
So I received this exhibit when I walked in the room. I haven't had a chance to review your highlights.
I'm not sure if you want to sit somewhere else so you can see the screen better, maybe over next to Commissioner Chapman. I think that might be the problem, is you don't have a screen. So, but what I was indicating is in 2014, tap water exposure was added. You see that highlighted?
Under number 6?
Yes.
Yes.
And then in that same time period, 2014, for non-carcinogenic exposure parameters, they were modified from adult exposure to child exposure with respect to tap water. You see that?
Item number 12.
Number 12.
Yes.
So this document has continued to address tap water screening standards since 2014 all the way up to the present. Is that correct?
That's a reasonable conclusion, yes.
And if you look on number 24, so that's about 3 more pages, or actually that's 2 more pages. That references Appendix A, Table A1. Are you able to recognize Appendix A as the table that actually has the levels for the various toxic chemicals and the screening standards for them?
I think that's correct.
And so in 2017, screening levels for both carcinogenic and non-carcinogenic toxicity was provided for all chemicals. Is that correct? Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
And then if you look at the bottom of the next page, June 22, highlighted, this was updated for tap water screening levels for PFOA, PFOS, PFBS. You see that?
I do.
And I'm flipping through, there's a long index, but we get to the introduction, which really identifies what the purpose of this document was. And if you can see the highlighted section there, that indicates that the Hazardous Waste Bureau and Groundwater Quality Bureau have developed this soil screening guidance for internal development within corrective action programs. Corrective action programs would include the groundwater abatement program, correct?
Yes.
And then it says the SSG discusses methodology to derive chemical specific soil screening levels, SSLs, tap water screening levels, and vapor intrusion screening levels. That's consistent with your understanding, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And it provides generic SSLs, tap water SLs, and VISLs for chemicals commonly found at contaminated sites based on default exposure parameters under residential and non-residential land use scenarios, right?
Yes, that's what it says.
And the part that's in brackets there, I'll just paraphrase it, but it is intended to assist and streamline site investigations and corrective action by focusing resources on those sites that pose the greatest risk to human health and the environment, right? That's the second sentence of that paragraph. It's in brackets.
Okay.
Implementation of these methodologies outlined within the SSG may significantly reduce the time necessary to complete site investigations and cleanup actions at certain sites, as well as improve the consistency of these investigations. That's what the introduction says, right?
Yes.
And then highlighted below that, it says screening levels such as SSLs identify the lower end of this spectrum, levels below which there is generally no need for further concern. And I think we covered this, but you acknowledge that the highest levels that are shown in the monitor wells at the site that we're discussing are more than 4 times below the screening levels, the tap water screening levels in this document. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to the next page, it's highlighted there. It says tap water screening levels for contaminants are presented in Table A1 of Appendix A. And below that, it talks about the risk standards. So it says NMED SSLs are based on a 1 to the 0.5 target risk for carcinogens or a hazard quotient of 1.0 for non-carcinogens. Do you agree with that?
That's what it says.
Then if you turn to the next page, it talks about exposure pathways. And so in order for there to be a risk, there has to be a complete exposure pathway, which means there has to be a source, a mechanism of release, a receiving or contact medium, potential receptor population, and an exposure route. And that's a standard terminology that is used throughout your bureau, exposure pathway. Is that correct?
It's the basis of these types of risk assessments.
Okay. So if you'll turn to the next page, please. To have an exposure pathway for drinking water, there must be ingestion of tap water. And what they looked at is residential. And so the standards here are set for residential tap water exposure. Correct?
They're not standards.
The screening levels
Yes.
are for ingestion of tap water in residences.
Yes.
And they actually come up with a volume of water and a duration of exposure. And that's typical in these kinds of assessments, correct?
That makes sense. Yes.
So, and then there's a section in this, and this is turning to page 33. There's a section, let me make sure we get there. So there's a section in this risk assessment guidance for tap water screening levels. Are you familiar with that section?
It's been many years since I've read it, but generally speaking, yes.
Did you review it as part of reviewing Mr. Snyder's testimony in this case, where he referred to this guidance?
I don't think so.
Did you review any of the references that are contained in here? It says, it's about 6 lines down in that paragraph. It says the calculations of NMED tap water screening levels for domestic water are based upon the methodology presented in RAGS Part B, US EPA 1991, Part E, US EPA 2004, and the revised default exposure factors, US EPA 2014, parentheses A, or Part A. Did you review any of those references?
No.
Do you question any of those references in terms of their validity and usefulness?
No.
Before I go to Appendix B, I just want to show this would be on page 101. It's right before that. So it's numbered page 101. Yeah, it's the reference table. So I just want to show the reference table. So the reference table, a reference list covers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages of references. Have you reviewed any of those references for purposes of this hearing?
No,
Do you challenge the validity, relevancy, or usefulness of any of those references?
no, it's not necessary for the position that the department has taken.
And do you recognize that cited within these references are guidelines from not only Canada, but from several other states within the United States that have developed their own risk assessment guidelines?
I have no comment on that.
Do you consider this to be a robust list of references supporting these guidelines?
I have not reviewed the document with that eye in mind.
Then we'll turn to Appendix A, which I think you were just at, sir. So the first, if you'll scroll up just a little. So Appendix A indicates that it provides the state of New Mexico soil screening levels as developed by the New Mexico Environment Department, Hazardous Waste Bureau, and the Groundwater Quality Bureau Voluntary Remediation Program. Is that a program under your supervision?
Yes.
And does that program assess or provide oversight for assessment and cleanup of groundwater contamination?
Yes.
And below that, the highlighted section says, these default values are assumed to be appropriately conservative in the face of uncertainty and are likely to be protected for the majority of site conditions relevant to soil exposures within New Mexico. You agree with that?
Yes.
And I understand this is called the soil guidelines, but these guidelines have tap water exposure guidelines, and they also have vapor intrusion guidelines, correct?
Yes, it's a multimedia document.
And so I'm going to turn to 1.1. So this is upon page 8-6. So this would be 1.1 DCE. So I'm not sure if you can read that. So under 1.1 DCE, so a couple of questions I have for this. First, under the tap water for cancer, there's no number or figure. You see that?
I do see that.
Do you concede that 1.1 DCE is not a cancer risk?
That's the interpretation from reading a blank on that particular page. Yes.
You don't have any reason to contest that, do you?
I do not.
So what the reason 1.1 DCE is a risk is non-cancerous, and there's a exposure calculated there. Do you see that? 2.84. I can barely read that.
Me too.
2.84 E
plus 2
plus 0.2. And that's the same exposure that was listed in Mr. Snyder's testimony.
If you say so.
Because that comes out to 284 parts per billion.
I think their math is correct, yes.
So that is the New Mexico, or not just Hazardous Waste Bureau, New Mexico Groundwater Quality Bureau screening level that is determined to be conservative, correct?
Within this document.
And I think you also testified that you allow responsible parties to use this document to calculate 10 to the -5 exposures for toxic pollutants where there is not already a numerical standard in the WQCC regs.
That is correct.
And so my final question on this is, if we could turn to Appendix C. And that is, the title of that, of Appendix C, is the toxicity data. And it's called Human Health Benchmarks Used for Calculating SSLs. And then that lists the chemicals, and then it identifies what the benchmark or what the study was that was used to calculate the SSL. And if you'll go to C-3, and that is for (1,1-dichloroethene), and it says the reference for that is IRIS. Do you know what IRIS is?
In this particular context, I could not tell you what the acronym stands for.
So I would move for mission of Exhibit 15.
Mr. Knight, any objection?
First of all, this could have been, this was available and could have been submitted with the I or rebuttal. Time for rebuttal has long passed. I don't see any basis for allowing it. Like hearing one, but I do object.
Okay, Mr. Stomp.
Yeah, we have the same objection.
All right. And I am certainly aware that the department in particular, in addition to the arguments made by the Water Utility Authority, had some points to make about the use of tap water screening as an evaluation method for the questions posed under Section 3103. I think what I'll do is accept it for now as an offer of proof, and we'll see where the commission goes with this matter. I had the same impression, Mr. Domenici, as you were questioning Mr. Ball. I understand, Commissioner Thompson, you were following up on that, but then went very far with it.
Well, I was directly in response to that question from Commissioner Thompson. It was referenced broadly, and it's also available to take judicial review of. It's on the website. It's a published document, but because that question came up, I wanted to ask this witness about it.
Right.
So
I would just like to get some commissioner input on whether they will make use of it in their deliberations. That's all. Is there anything else then for Mr. Hernandez or Mr. Ball?
Just one other topic for Mr. Ball. So, Mr. Ball, you've seen some calculations from Mr. Snyder what a pump and treat or a injection remediation cost range might be. Do you recall that?
I recall that in his testimony.
And then I think you heard testimony that the bank account has had at the time of the hearing approximately $380,000 at the time of the last hearing 2 months ago. If process was begun to initiate either of those remediation systems, injection or pump and treat, and say $300,000 was used and there was no further funding, what usefulness would that $300,000 been put to?
You're asking me to speculate. The way the department works is that we receive work plans and then give comments on the efficacy of that work plan and whether we think it'll work, whether it's regulatory appropriate.
Let me rephrase it. For a pump and treat system to work, you have to install treatment wells, you have to have some kind of disposal of the treated water, and then you have to have an operating budget to operate that treatment system for a period of time.
Yes.
And so having money for the capital cost, but not the operating would not result in an effective pump and treat system, correct?
Correct.
And for injection, you have to, if I understand, you have to have a series of injection wells that are specified out and reviewed by the department, and then some kind of material is injected to neutralize or impact the toxicity in the water. Is that right?
To reduce the concentrations of the regulated substance, yes.
Okay. So if you only had money, say, to install half of the wells, but no money to complete the wells or no money to inject the material, those wells wouldn't be of any use, correct?
It seems unlikely in that scenario that the effort would be successful.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Knight, if you would. Let's see. You can come to a microphone up here. Terrific.
Good morning. Andrew Knight, Assistant General Counsel for the New Mexico Environment Department. And I have a few redirect questions for Mr. Ball. Mr. Ball, the document that you were discussing with council earlier, is that a enforceable regulation or is that merely guidance?
In this context, it's guidance.
And is a soil screening level or a tap water screening level, is that an enforceable limit or not?
Generally speaking, I would say in the soil screening level, that's our best way to determine how big a hole or how much of the contaminated material to remove in order to be protective of groundwater. Then what was the second media?
Is it enforceable or is it an enforceable limit?
For tap water?
For tap water?
Right. So it would be utilized as a shortcut to determine the total risk value for an individual compound at a site with groundwater contamination. And that number, if we required a full risk assessment, may be lower due to multiplicative effects of exposure of multiple compounds. Okay, so the tap water number is calculated in isolation for that compound, for that exposure pathway. In circumstances where there is, and I will state at this moment that we have not required a full risk assessment at a site that I'm aware of for toxic pollutants that are listed in 3103 in the definitions and back to the standard 3103. So the shortcut is to just assume that there is no multiplicative effects and utilize the tap water standard for a toxic pollutant. But that doesn't apply in this case because there's a standard.
You anticipated my next question. So you stated earlier in your testimony that we sometimes utilize tap water screening levels in a case where there is no standard, but in this case, we actually have an enforceable standard for this toxic chemical. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then finally, there was some discussion about at the very end the questioning, there was some discussion about what could be done at this site with limited funds, I think. And in your opinion, is there useful work that could be done at this site that would contribute to remediation of the groundwater that could be done on a limited budget, such as the installation of monitoring wells or other types of characterization that could be performed with the remaining funds?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Mr. Knight, anything further from these witnesses? Anything further from the commissioners for these witnesses? Otherwise, we're going to excuse the department panel and go to the water utility panel. Yes. Oh, Commissioner Thompson.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Ball, are there any other groundwater contamination sites in Bernalillo County in which monitored natural attenuation is accepted as a remediation method?
I can't recall at the moment, but I would expect that there is.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, monitored natural attenuation is a recognized remediation technology, but there are specific metrics that we would look at before approving that under the stage 2 process.
Okay.
So that it would be something other than just letting it sit there. There needs to be a mechanism for it to naturally improve, and I don't think that's the case here.
And yet we've seen testimony that the contaminant levels are dropping.
You would expect that diffusion and dispersion would decrease concentrations.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Anything further from the commission? No. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Let's take a moment, Mr. Domenici, if you and Mr. Snyder would move from that desk, please. You can certainly press another table into service if you'd like.
I'm not going to use that. It's going to use. Yeah, sure.
They can make use of these tables if they want. Okay. I believe we have Ms. Bicknell and Mr. Gates on the dais with us now. Ms. Bicknell, if you would please spell your first and last name.
Yes, it's Kelsey, spelled K-E-L-S-E-Y. Bicknell, B-I-C-K-N-E-L-L.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, spell your first and last name.
My first name is spelled Greg, G-R-E-G. My last name is Gates, G-A-T-E-S.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Stomp.
Madam Hearing Officer, I have just a couple of brief statements at the opening. Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the Commission. My name is John Stomp, and I represent the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority, who I will refer to as the Water Authority. The Water Authority entered into this matter as part of its commitment to preserve and protect the aquifer in the Middle Rio Grande. The Water Authority provides water and wastewater service to more than 670,000 residents in Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, and the surrounding communities. The Water Authority adopted a 100-year water plan that relies on conjunctive management of both surface and groundwater resources. But with the ongoing drought and reduced surface water supplies, protecting and preserving our groundwater is vitally important now, and especially for the future. This year, the Water Authority shut down the surface water diversions on April 27th and transitioned to full use of groundwater. And that will likely continue till the end of probably the first part or middle part of October. And unfortunately, this has happened quite frequently over the last 10 years, and the future outlook is likely to be the same: less surface water and more reliance on groundwater. What that means for the state and for the Water Authority is that we must work together to protect our surface and groundwater resources from contamination and to require responsible parties to take action to remediate contaminated sites, including the Fox groundwater contamination site that we're speaking about today. Just to remind the commission about the Fox site, the responsible party drilled a dry hole on the property and dumped chemicals in that dry hole from an asphalt and materials testing lab. They dumped around 3,000 gallons of chemicals in this hole, which is about 35 gallons a month for about 7 years. This, however, is not the only site that this responsible party discharged chemicals into a dry hole. Before they moved to the Bryn Mawr site, they had a site on Candelaria, which they also drilled a dry hole and dumped chemicals into that property too. That's according to the 1992 report that was done by the New Mexico Environment Department that evaluated that site and talked about the other site. The Water Authority is very concerned about the legal and policy implications of this Fox petition to change the groundwater cleanup standard, which would allow them to close the site and walk away. In order to approve the alternative abatement standard, the commission must find that the petition meets the regulatory requirements. In addition, the commission was determined that the alternative abatement standard would not cause a present and future hazard to the public. The Water Authority's position is that the petition does not meet the regulatory requirements and poses a significant present and future hazard to the public. From a policy perspective, the commission must decide whether they would allow a responsible party to request a new abatement standard and close a site, in this case, without identifying the horizontal and vertical extent of the contamination, without installing any additional offsite groundwater monitoring wells, and with no attempt at any type of groundwater remediation. The Water Authority is very concerned about the policy precedent that would be set if this action is approved. To support its opposition to the petition for alternative abatement standards, we present two witnesses to you, Ms. Kelsey Bicknell and Mr. Greg Gates, and they will testify to both the regulatory and policy issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stump. Go ahead.
Would you please pull up our demonstrative exhibit 1 and 2? Thank you. All right, Ms. McNeil, good morning.
Morning.
Can you tell us what your current position is with Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority?
Yes, I'm the environmental manager for the Water Authority.
And how many years have you worked for the Water Authority?
I've been with the Water Authority for just under 5 years.
Can you summarize your education and experience?
Yes, I'm a licensed professional engineer in New Mexico. I have a bachelor's of science in environmental science and a master's of science in civil engineering from the University of New Mexico. I have a combined 7 years of experience in hydrology and environmental engineering. My first position outside of college was working as a consulting engineer with CDM Smith. I did that for about 2.5 years, and then I transitioned over to the utility in 2021.
Can you summarize your experience working with the New Mexico Environment Department and the federal water quality regulations?
Yes, so while I was with CDM Smith as a consultant engineer, I was responsible for sites that were regulated under the Petroleum Storage Tank Bureau regulations, and also closed and open landfill. Was responsible for developing work plans to monitor those sites and investigate them and ensure that they were compliant with the New Mexico regulations. When I moved over to the Water Authority, my first role was with Federal Clean Water Act permitting and Endangered Species Act permitting. And then I also supported our source water protection program. When I moved into my current position as the environmental manager, I now oversee investigations of RCRA permitted facilities, additional 20.6.2 and MAC regulated sites, and also CERCLA sites, which is super fun sites.
Is your resume in Water Authority Exhibit 2 a true and correct copy to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you move to slide 2, please? Can you tell us who the Water Authority is and what they do?
Yeah, so the Water Authority is New Mexico's largest utility. It has a population served of about 670,000 people. That amounts to a little over 200,000 customer accounts. In terms of how much volume of water we serve, it's about 30 billion gallons of drinking water per year. And then we treat a little over half of that at our wastewater treatment plant in the South Valley. And the Water Authority meets our demand with a combination of groundwater and surface water sources.
Part of your work responsibilities include source water protection. What is source water protection?
Yeah, so if we can go to the next slide. Just to get us all on the same page on what source water is and how we define it. Source water is the water that is going to be used as a drinking water source, but we haven't yet pulled it into our distribution system. The Water Authority is very committed to source water protection. We have a policy in place to engage in source water protection through our long-term water management strategy, Water 2120. And that policy is in line with our commitments made regionally with our partners of the City of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County within the Water Quality Protection Policy and Action Plan. And then we further strengthen our commitment within our own utility-specific Rivers and Aquifers Protection Plan.
Move to the next slide, please. How does the Water Authority determine source water protection areas?
Yes, so the Water Authority follows NMED and EPA guidance in order to develop its protection areas. What I show here on this slide is our most recent groundwater protection areas, which we updated in 2020 with the help of our consultant Hazen, and Mr. Grates will go into the specifics of that modeling, but essentially Hazen completed a well capture analysis for us of all of our supply wells, and using the results of that capture analysis, we developed the source water protection areas that you see on the screen here, and they're further characterized in terms of travel time from the capture area to the well.
Can you move to the next slide, please? So using the capture zone analysis and looking at your source water protection plan, how do you prioritize contamination sites?
Yes, so once we determine what our protection areas are, we then overlay those protection areas with all of the known and potential sources of contamination within our service area. Again, this is all following NMED and EPA guidance. When I speak about priority contamination sites, these are specifically the known groundwater contamination sites that are regulated by Groundwater Quality Bureau, Hazardous Waste Bureau, or EPA Superfund sites that intersect one of those protection areas that I showed on the previous figure. And Fox and Associates is one of the 6 sites that we have identified through our source water assessment process.
Okay, can you move to slide 6, please? Thanks. Are you familiar with the Fox and Associates site?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you became familiar with the site and why it's important to the Water Authority?
Yes, so as a priority contamination site, the Water Authority ensures that it has a robust understanding of the nature and extent of contamination at these sites. So I'm going to take you through my process of reviewing the historical site documents to develop a conceptual site model for the site, which we then use to determine our concerns and communicate those with NMED. So beginning with the history of the site, some of this is going to be repetitive. I apologize for that, but I do think it's important to be on the same page here. First, we have the source of the contamination at this site, which was approximately 3,000 gallons of a mixture of solvents that were illegally dumped into a dry well that was at the facility. When NMED at that time learned about the contamination, they went in and did some investigation and found that there was soil contamination near that disposal well of the contaminants DCE, dichloroethane, and TCA, trichloroethane, down to a depth of 60 to 65 feet. While they were doing those initial investigations, they observed that there was a clay layer in the subsurface and put in 2 additional monitoring wells to assess the presence of a perched water-bearing unit. I have those wells denoted with a red P. That was monitoring well 5 and monitoring well 6. The only well that came back as positive for having a perched unit was monitoring well 5. 1 point is unfortunately not enough to understand the extent of a perched water-bearing unit, so we don't actually know to which direction it extended, which way it flowed, how it interacted with the regional aquifer. All we know is that MW5 had it and intersected it. In addition, there were NMED at that time installed regional monitoring wells to determine if there was contamination within the regional aquifer. When they began sampling those wells after installation, monitoring well 4, which is in the bottom right-hand corner of that figure, was positive for DCA and TCA in 1995, and I apologize, I was reading the wrong part of the table. It remained detect through 1998. So we have an instance where we have a dry well that went down to about 25 feet. We have a perched aquifer somewhere around 55 feet, and then we have contamination in a regional aquifer, but we don't know how the contamination got from the vadose zone down to the regional aquifer. We can go to the next slide, please. Unfortunately, my records don't have much information between 1998 and 2008, but around 2007, between 1998 and 2007, the site had been transferred from NMED for investigation back to the responsible party who was using Metric as their consultants to develop their abatement plan. In 2007, at this time, we have regionally the lowest groundwater levels in the region. And to the consultants, MW5 appeared to be the only well that had contamination. The regional wells were no longer showing contamination, and they weren't further investigated despite having a history of there being regional contamination in MW4. And so to Metric, the only problem that needed to be dealt with at the site was the perched unit. And as such, they proposed in a stage 2 abatement plan to target the contamination within the perched water-bearing unit of MW5. They installed a vacuum motor onto this well and ran it. They installed 2 other monitoring points to determine how wide of a radius that soil vapor extraction system impacted. And really what I want to highlight at this point is the monitoring well 5 is drilled to 57 feet, and right underneath it is a clay layer. So there's no way that, it's very unlikely that the soil vapor extraction influenced the soil below that clay unit. It truly was targeting the vadose zone above the clay unit around MW5 within a radius that we know of 140 feet. And the last thing I want to highlight is, unfortunately, at this point, there also wasn't any further investigation of the remaining 150-foot vadose zone between the clay unit below it and the regional water table. We can go to the next slide, please. The site ran the soil vapor extraction for about 4 years until 2012, and then kind of transitioned into monitoring. Around 2018, there was some additional investigation that occurred. I do want to point out that at this point, the site has changed a little dramatically. We've had there was a 15-foot water level rise since 2014. Probably closer to 20 to 25 feet since 2007, which was the minimum point for the water table in the area. At this point, MW5 is dry, so we no longer have information on the perched water table and where it went. All we know is that it went away and drained down. To investigate additionally what was going on in the source area near that disposal well, a monitoring well was installed, VMW1. Just a couple of things I want to point out here is that there were samples taken from this monitoring well during installation, but they were not taken from any of the clay units that were encountered on the way down. They were all from sand units, and they were clean. And the well was used to determine if there was a risk of soil vapor being above the new NMED regulations for screening levels. At that time, the report stated that there was no risk to above ground receptors, and that the contamination in the soil wouldn't impact groundwater. However, as I mentioned, it's just one point. We have a 150-foot vadose zone. We may not have found contamination in VMW1, but now monitoring well 4 in that bottom right-hand corner is exhibiting above standard detections, and actually the highest detections at this point historically for the site. So something's going on where we have a water table has risen, we have contamination being introduced into the regional aquifer, but again, we don't know the path that it took to get down to that regional aquifer.
Let's go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Did you prepare comments on the petition for the alternative abatement standards?
I did.
Did you prepare written technical testimony for this matter?
I did.
Do you have any corrections or revisions to that testimony?
I do not.
You adopt your technical testimony as written?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Officer, I have additional questions for Ms. McNell, but I would move to admit Water Authority Exhibits 1 through 13 into the record.
Thank you. Objections? All right, thank you. It's admitted.
With respect to the alternative abatement standard petition, can you summarize those comments, please?
Yes. So based on my review of the background and information up to present for the site, my testimony has the following general comments on the petition. The first is that the nature and extent of the contamination remains undefined. The extent of the groundwater plume is not defined, and the extent of contamination in the source area is unknown. And additionally, the mechanism in which that source contamination is interacting with groundwater is unknown. To date, there has been no active groundwater remediation. And then finally, my testimony describes concerns that the petition does not meet the regulatory requirements that are laid out in NMEC. First is that the economic feasibility has not been demonstrated. And second is that the alternate abatement standards would present a present and future hazard.
Next slide, please. The petitioner has opined that the plume is stable and declining in mass. You agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
So what I'm showing here on this figure is asserting the statement that the plume is not defined. I blew up part of the petitioner's exhibit here on the right-hand side just to show the different monitoring wells that are actively sampled and their average high and low concentration, just to make it a little easier to read. What I want to highlight is that all 4 of these monitoring wells have detections. Typically, when we're talking about defining a plume, we need non-detects to understand where the plume isn't, and presently we don't have that at the site. I'd also like to point out that monitoring well 2 and monitoring well 4 have consistently had detections of DCE above standard, and that's been true for the last 5 years. In addition, monitoring well 3, which is directly south of the former disposal well, more recently is having more detections of DCE, although they're below standard. And then monitoring well 7, while many of the results from that well are non-detect, there are still a few that are detect, which indicates that there is something in the water there that can be measured by the lab, and therefore there is some amount of contamination present at that well. If we can go to the next slide, please. Just to further describe my concern with the nature and extent of the site, there's some discussion around groundwater flow direction. The petitioner exhibits show that the groundwater flow direction is to the south and southeast, in line with the arrows that I have drawn on this figure. What I want to highlight is that monitoring well 7 is not sufficient to define the down gradient extent of the contamination plume, because if you draw lines from our 2 wells that we know have consistent contamination, which is monitoring well 2 and monitoring well 4, we can see that we are missing some information a little further to the east of monitoring well 7. And part of the reason why my testimony describes concerns about what's going on to the east is that regionally, the Water Authority, working with the New Mexico Bureau of Geology and Mineral Resources, we develop these water table maps of our aquifer every year, and regionally we understand that there is an slightly southeastern pool of groundwater towards the pumping center in the eastern part of our service area. So there is some concern that perhaps if Santa Barbara well is off, because sometimes it turns off for maintenance or for other reasons that we have to do because we run groundwater wells, they need maintenance, the prevalent groundwater flow direction is going to be towards the regional direction of the east. That's all I have on that slide. If we can go to the next slide, please. Or sorry, this slide is correct. I really wanted to focus briefly on the case study that the petitioner presented in their demonstrative when we were last here in May, simply because I think it really highlights the importance of non-detect monitoring wells. What I show on the right-hand figure is from the petitioner's exhibits, and I have circled on this figure in red the non-detect monitoring wells. And this is all publicly available information, so I went ahead and pulled the same figure, but from the 2021 report, which is shown on the left. And again, I highlight that those red non-detect monitoring wells. And what I want to emphasize here is that these non-detect monitoring wells provide critical information about where the plume is and is not. And even more so, that well that I have circled in yellow, between 2021 and 2025, it had a detection. It had a new detection which indicated that the plume has migrated. And that was able to be very easily confirmed because of the existence of these non-detect monitoring wells that are continuously sampled. And then when conditions change, like they did here, it's known and understood that we have new plume dynamics. If we can go to the next slide. And just the last thing I want to point out with this is that those new plume dynamics, when those conditions change, the consultant for the site at that time, for this particular case study site, recommended that additional monitoring wells be installed to redefine the plume given the new changed conditions. And that was an indirect response to a need to protect a down gradient supply well.
Could you go to the next slide, please? Kelsey, do you believe that the petitioner has met the regulatory requirements for an alternative abatement standard?
I do not.
Can you explain your concerns, please?
Yes, I'm going to focus on two of the conditions within the regulations regarding the alternate abatement standard requirements. The first is 4103.E.1b, which states, you can read it there, but essentially we're talking about if the maximum use of technology is infeasible for the responsive party and if it's beyond the economic capability of a person. And what my testimony describes is that these conditions have not been met. First, because groundwater abatement through active remediation has not been attempted. And additionally, the concentration reduction, which has been argued by the petitioner by natural attenuation, has not been statistically demonstrated. The water authority's position is that monitored natural attenuation is not maximum use of technology. We have a history within sites within our service area of being opposed to monitored natural attenuation as a remedial solution, simply because we operate all of the available receptors in the service area, and monitored natural attenuation has there's no technology in place to prevent movement towards our receptors. Additionally, that hasn't been demonstrated to be the case at this site as well. And then two other points I want to make in these next couple of slides is that the maximum use of technology is not equal to maximum cost. What I mean by that here is at other contamination sites, including Kirtland Air Force Base and History, and some of the sites that I worked on as a consultant, we rented equipment. We actually didn't even require the owner to install and own the equipment they put in. We rented the equipment to make it more cost effective. And then finally, I argue that economic feasibility has not been demonstrated. We can go to the next slide. I want to spend just a minute talking about this discussion of reduction of concentrations by natural attenuation. I believe it's really important that that be statistically demonstrated, that there is some numbers that we can point to that indicates that with confidence we can say that there is a concentration reduction. What the petitioner presents within their petition is a decay model without any evidence to support that model is a good fit for the data. And additionally, and they use that model to conclude that concentrations will decline in 11 years, but we have no evidence of if all the data from the site support that that's an appropriate use of that model, if it's a good fit to the data, et cetera. So when I analyzed the data from this site and thought about what was going on, I just asked the simple question, can we demonstrate that there is a significant trend in the data at the site using the data available from the monitoring wells? And I focused on the data from monitoring well 2 and monitoring well 4, and I revised my analysis just to look at the last 5 years for those 2 wells. The analysis that I completed was a Mann-Kendall monotonic trend analysis. This is a standard method used in EPA guidance documents for recurrent circular sites to assess if there are statistically significant trends occurring on the site. And when I ran the the analysis, you can see that the red lines there do indicate that there is some declining trend. However, the second part of this test is to do a hypothesis test and determine, like, statistically, can you say that with confidence? And the way that the test assesses that is if the p-value for the test is less than 0.05, which is a standard confidence level. And for both Modern World 2 and Modern World 4, while there may have been a slightly decreasing trend in the data, we can't say with confidence that it is a truly declining trend because the p-values are greater than that 0.05 threshold value. We can go to the next slide, please.
Did you review the petitioner's analysis of the economic and social impacts?
Yes.
Can you summarize that review, please?
I can. So the petitioner describes that they include and introduce 2 remedial solutions for to present as an option for the site for cleanup. One was a 20 to 30 well in situ remediation system, and the second was a 3 extraction, 3 injection groundwater pump and treat system. I mentioned in my testimony, my written testimony, that I believe that there wasn't a site-specific basis for the technology selected in the within the petition, and therefore for the costs that were estimated for them. And this is based on my cursory analysis of other contamination sites within our service area. I've presented them here on the screen, and this is just to highlight how remedial solutions have looked along those same 2 lines at other larger contamination sites in the service area. And just to highlight one of them, for instance, everyone is probably familiar with the Kirtland Air Force Base jet fuel facility leak in Albuquerque, New Mexico. That site is very large. It's the largest groundwater contamination site in Albuquerque, and it is managed with 4 extraction wells. And then it's 1 injection well that's normally operational. There's a second one that's available if they need it. But it's just to point out that I didn't understand or gather from the petition why the remedial solutions were presented in the way that they were, given the context of other sites in the area.
Just to be clear, though, there was no specific basis for the technical basis for the remedial solutions at this site.
That wasn't my interpretation. That's correct, yes. Your answer, yes to your answer question. We can go to the next slide, please.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Could you summarize your economic analysis of the social costs for the site, please?
Yes. So moving into the other alternate abatement standard requirement that's listed in NMAC, this one describes that the petitioner needs to demonstrate that there is no reasonable relationship between the economic and social costs for attaining the standard that's set forth in the sections. My comments along this particular point are that the cost benefit analysis in the petition is fundamentally flawed. We've described part of the cost. I have questions, about why those remedial solutions were selected. And the second is that the volume of impacted groundwater is arbitrary. So that's one of the basis of the economic presentation in the petition, is to say that there's 33 acre feet of groundwater that's been impacted. However, as we've discussed, the plume is not defined. Therefore, we cannot truly know and estimate the volume of impacted groundwater. And in addition, the volume that's impacted also won't remain static because of advection and dispersion mechanics within the groundwater itself. Additionally, my concern with meeting this requirement, and why I believe it hasn't been met, is that there's insufficient evidence to support natural attenuation, and that it will reduce concentrations within 11 years or double that, 22 years. Again, I've described using the data from the site that there isn't a statistically significant trend of decreasing concentrations in the data. Therefore, I don't believe that condition has been met. And then the last thing I want to focus on, and we'll focus on for the rest of these slides, is that San Juan Chama project water does not replace groundwater. There was in the petition written that perhaps San Juan Chama water could just be purchased to replace the lost groundwater from that's been impacted by this site, and that is simply not an option. Surface water in the Southwest, as we're all aware, is not as reliable as it used to be. especially year round and in summer months. This year, the Water Authority is receiving its lowest allocation of San Juan Chama project water in the history of the project since it began in 2008. And so again, just to reiterate, we simply do not have San Juan Chama available to replace the contaminated groundwater with. We can go to the next slide, please. If I can go into a little bit more detail on the social benefit, I assert that this was understated in the petition. Groundwater is fundamental to the Water Authority's long-term water supply management strategy. We need reliable access to our groundwater in conditions like we've been seeing over the last decade, where we have unreliable surface water source. By policy, what we do is we turn on our plant and we operate it for as long as we can, but at a certain point, flows in the river decline to the point where we can no longer operate our plant. And at that point, we have to switch to groundwater. And this generally occurs during our peak demand season. So not only do we have to switch to groundwater, but we have to meet peak demand with groundwater, which means that we need every available groundwater well in our network to meet our customer demand. And that is why the Water Authority emphasizes protection of our groundwater supply, so that we can reliably access it, not just now, not just in the next 5 years, but over the next 100 years that we have committed to being stewards of this resource.
Can you go to the next slide, please? Does approval of the alternative abatement standard, which is essentially leaving the contamination in the groundwater, pose a present and future hazard to the property owners surrounding the site, the local community, and the Water Authority?
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Yes. So the first proposal within the alternate abatement standard is to raise the site-specific cleanup level from 7 micrograms per liter, which is the WQCC standard, and the federal MCL, to 284 micrograms per liter, or 70, depending on which point you look at that question. The Water Authority is greatly concerned about is that this raising of the standard transfers the burden of responsibility of the risk from this contaminated groundwater from the responsible party to the utility. We are required by federal law to deliver water equal to the federal MCL, which is 7 micrograms per liter. We don't have the option to ask for a higher standard for the water that we serve. If we don't serve water to that standard, it's a very serious issue. And so therefore, changing the standard at the site without really demonstrating that there is no risk to our down gradient receptors, and the fact that it is in our source water area it is water that will be used by our groundwater wells. This is unacceptable to the Water Authority.
Can you summarize the impacts to the Water Authority if and when this contamination reaches the Santa Barbara wells field?
Yes, so in the unfortunate hypothetical circumstance in which contamination is detected during routine sampling at a supply well, the Water Authority would first increase sampling at that supply well to determine the extent of the problem. This would probably look like monthly to quarterly sampling, which those samples for these types of constituents are quite expensive. So we have increased costs to monitor. We would then use that data to determine if the well needed to be shut off. And if that were the case, if we decided, okay, this well needs to be taken out of service because it's a threat to our ability to provide water that's to the federal MCLs, then the additional costs that we could incur would include the cost to replace the supply well, to permit that supply well, and to engineer and construct it, and to locate it in a new portion of the aquifer that's not impacted, which would require additional piping. There's lots of other costs that would be associated with that. So it would be a great burden on the Water Authority if that were a situation that would occur.
Just one follow-up question. In terms of the water, right now the Santa Barbara wells do not have any contamination that's associated with the Fox site.
We have not had a detection of contamination of DCE at that well, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the contamination isn't there. It's possible that it has reached the well and it's just at a level that's below our ability to detect it. We just don't know.
All right, could you move to the next slide, please? The petitioner claims that prohibiting groundwater wells through administrative controls will alleviate the present and future hazard at the site. Do you agree with that opinion?
I'm sorry, John, could you repeat the question?
The petitioner has claimed that the groundwater wells, prohibiting groundwater wells through some administrative controls through the Office of the State Engineer, will alleviate the present and future hazard at this site.
I do not agree with that statement.
Why not?
Administrative controls through a prohibition, they don't do anything to address the contamination that remains in the groundwater. So if there's nothing present to hydraulically control the migration of contamination towards a receptor, then that contamination is going to move. And therefore, a hazard will remain present with or without an administrative control present at this site. And I also want to highlight that during the May testimony, there is a description that the Kirtland Air Force Base project is one such project that has one of these administrative controls in place. I would point out that that site, in addition to other sites that this has happened to, have active groundwater remediation. As I discussed, there are 4 extraction wells at the Kirtland Air Force Base site that are containing the plume to that administrative control area. So there's something in place that prevents the movement of that contaminated groundwater towards germ-draining receptors, and that is not what's being proposed here.
In our last slide for Kelsey, in summary, in your opinion, does the approval of the alternative abatement standard pose a present and future hazard to the public health?
Yes.
Undue damage to property?
Yes, it does.
Do you have anything you want to talk about with respect to the neglected contamination site program, as the petitioner has proposed to close the site and make an argument that the neglected contaminations, or that the site would just become an orphan site if for some reason they ran out of funding?
Yeah, I want to discuss two things on the potential for site closure. So in the scenario that this alternate abatement standard were accepted, the next step that the petitioner would want is for the site to be closed. And at that point, there is no longer an opportunity for cleanup to occur. So in the situation in which has been brought up several times, that, well, what if the money runs out and the site can no longer be cleaned up by the responsible party? Well, luckily, our New Mexico legislature has funded the neglected contamination site program, and the Water Authority has been a big proponent of this program. I spoke at an interim committee with Mr. Ball to advocate for this program, and we'll continue to advocate it. But what's great about it is that now NMED has money and authority to complete investigation and cleanup of sites that no longer have a responsible party that can do that or can be found. So at least at that point, if the site remains open and then became quote unquote orphaned, there is a mechanism for cleanup to occur still through this neglected contamination site program. And with that, I'll just conclude that the Water Authority requests that this petition be denied on the grounds that I've discussed.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, with your concurrence, we can move on to Mr. Gates.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Gates, can we go to slide 22? Thank you. What is your occupation in your current position?
I am the Water Resources Practice Group Modeling, Planning, and Management Lead for Hazen and Sawyer.
Can you summarize your education and experience, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's and master's degree in civil and environmental engineering from the University of Texas at Austin. I have been working in the field, environmental engineering and water supply for around 30 years, with my entire career being spent in New Mexico.
And how many years have you provided consulting services to the Water Authority?
I have been providing consulting services to the Water Authority since I began working in Albuquerque in 1996. Started working on one of their early water supply strategies, and also was involved in some of their responses to some similar types of sites like the Spartan site.
Are you familiar with the Middle Rio Grande Aquifer, sometimes referred to as the regional aquifer?
Yes.
Can you summarize your hydrologic experience working in and around the Middle Rio Grande Basin aquifer?
So in 1996, the primary role that I was asked to complete for the Water Authority was to do groundwater modeling in the regional aquifer. That has morphed over time through various different models, and I've been doing that work basically since '96. I also have done some modeling and contaminant transport modeling for Superfund sites in the Albuquerque area, and have done other types of models for site-specific type issues like the North I-25 diversion, did a finite element model for that.
Could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Do you understand the Water Authority's water rights and permits?
As I've been involved as an expert on the Water Authority's water rights and permits, including RG 960, 4830, 4831, 4819. And then I'm also have been involved in their water resource planning over time, including most recently, or relatively recently, was primary author of Water 2120, and currently I'm working on the update to that, which is called Water 2130.
I think you talked a little bit about this, but can you summarize your experience working with the hydrology in the Middle Rio Grande, please?
Yes, so I've been doing groundwater modeling for the city for some time, a number of different types of projects and platforms, primarily on the planning side of things, including looking at aquifer storage and recovery, as well as long-range water supply. And then I've done groundwater contaminant transport modeling for local sites. And then was a peer reviewer to the USGS model that was referred to in Ms. Bicknell's testimony.
Can you explain your experience? You talked a little bit about modeling fate and transport of groundwater contamination. Could you give us a little more experience on that?
I have other experience around that in other parts of the nation, Mobile, Alabama, Florida, doing CWAP modeling, which is a density-dependent modeling of salt water, and is used a similar type of platform. It's a subset of a contaminant transport type model. Been involved in models in Gallup, Eastern New Mexico, in the Hueco Bolson, in the Mesilla, in the Mimbres, worked on the Griggs and Walnut site in Las Cruces, Northern Indian Bend Wash in Arizona. And I think that's a good list.
Is your resume, Water Authority Exhibit 15, a true and correct copy to the best of your knowledge?
It is focused on these types of projects. It is not comprehensive, so it doesn't cover everything I've done. It's just a subset.
Go to the next slide, please. Are you familiar with the Fox and Associates site?
I am through this process primarily. I've reviewed the 1998 site inspection report, the review for the petition, maps and other site information that's available, and witness materials, as well as listening to testimony during the hearing.
Can you go to the next slide, please? Did you review the petition for alternative abatement standards?
I did.
Did you submit written technical testimony for this matter?
I did.
Did you have any corrections or revisions to that testimony?
I do. On page 2 and 4, I referred to DCA instead of DCE. So I think there's three total instances where that would need to be corrected.
You adopt your technical testimony as written, with the exception of the two changes that you talked about now?
I do.
Madam Hearing Officer, I have additional questions for Mr. Gates, but I would move to admit exhibits 14 through 16, Water Authority exhibits 14 through 16 into the record.
Thank you. Any objection? All right, they're admitted.
Based on your groundwater contamination and hydrology experience, can you summarize your observations? Can we move to the next slide? I apologize. There we go. Can you summarize your observations and comments on the petition, please?
Yeah, so an overview of observations is that the nature and extent of contamination is unknown. Similar to Ms. Bicknell's testimony, the plume is not fully defined. There's no estimate of the potential mass released at the site. There's no estimate of the mass removed by the SVE system, and transport from the perched aquifer is not presented. As Ms. Bicknell noted, with only one well, we don't know exactly how it moved across the perched layer, what the extent of the perched layer was, so exactly how it moved to the subsurface.
Go to the next slide, please. And the next one, sorry. Go ahead, Greg.
So I also have more detailed comments, and some of these will be a little bit repetitive since those were a summary. Back up one, please. Back up one. Oh, thank you. So the plume is not defined. There are no monitoring wells that are completely clean, as Ms. McNeil testified. No wells to the east of the site. There are no monitoring wells immediately down gradient from MW4 and MW2, at least at the time of the 2026 water sampling event or water level event that was presented in the petition. It seems based off of that direction of flow that there's likely some mass outside of the box that has been drawn. And then there's been no mapping of the plume in 2 or 3 dimensions. I haven't seen any plume maps that would suggest that we have the ability through our information to actually map the plume. Next slide. The extent of the perch layer is not defined. There's no discussion of the fate and transport from the perch layer to the subsurface. There's no effort to discuss travel times to the nearest receptor. So how long would it take based off of the hydraulic conditions to get to the nearest receptors? No estimate of mass of solvent that was disposed of in the Vado zone. Slide, please. Again, there's no estimate of the mass that was removed with the SVE system. The petitioner's exhibit or the petition notes that the reduction in concentrations are due solely to advection, dispersion, and diffusion. They also noted that that the mass is declining. Those two cannot both be true. I think the concentrations, we have seen some reduction in concentrations over time, but I believe that, as the petitioner notes, is due to advection, dispersion, and diffusion. They also note the lack of decay of DCE that is typical in this aquifer, and that's we've seen other solvent plumes in the aquifer that are recalcitrant to decay through natural conditions because they just don't have the physical characteristics in the aquifer to produce that decay. And they inappropriately use a first order decay to estimate change in concentration over time. So that Ms. McNeil also referenced that equation that was used to come up with an 11.2 year time frame for reduction in concentration.
Before you move on, can you just give us a quick definition of advection, dispersion, and diffusion, please?
Yeah. Thanks for that. So advection is effectively essentially the movement of the contaminant or the through the groundwater, essentially how it would occur in a straight line based off of the hydraulic head and the aquifer properties. Diffusion is at more of a molecular level, as a concentration at a given point. If there's less concentration in the point next to it, it's going to tend to diffuse or move into that area to create a more uniform. It's going to tend to move from higher to lower. Same as you'd see with salt. So if you had high salt in the water, it's going to tend to move to lower to even out the concentration. Dispersion is as the water is moving to the subsurface when you have a porosity and you have a tortuous path. So it's such that the water is moving not literally in a straight line, but moving in different directions through that porosity. It tends to disperse or to move around, and so that it creates spreads that concentration out across that area. So rather than having a single concentration move literally from, say, 50 milligrams per liter or micrograms per liter, move in one swoop all the way down to another spot, as that moves through the subsurface, it's going to tend to spread out, and that concentration will reduce as it spreads out.
Thank you. Right. I think we were continuing. Can we continue on your detailed comments on the petition, please?
Yeah, and there was no evidence presented for the statements that the plume is not expanding, and this comes back to the plume definition, or that it's declining in mass, which I addressed. It's not clear where the estimate of the 20-foot plume thickness comes from. All the well screens and the monitoring wells are 25 feet. There's some 50 feet or so between the NW4D top of screen and the bottom of the other screen wells. So there's an area of roughly 50 feet between what was the two samples at NW4D that were clean and the aquifer above that. The assertion that San Juan water could be leased as replacement water, as Ms. Bicknell also covered, that just doesn't make any sense operationally in the Water Authority's planning and how they actually operate the system. And then the proposed solution to leave the contamination aquifer is not feasible with Water Authority operations and long-term planning. So ultimately, the Water Authority would be responsible for meeting the MCL regardless of what the abatement standard is.
Next slide, please.
The proposed solution, when we're talking about replacing that area with San Juan water, essentially presupposes the loss of the Sam Arbor well. And so that again is not that puts the burden on the Water Authority on how they would have to respond to that. And overall, well, I think I summarized 18 wells.
Next slide. Are you familiar with the regulatory requirements for alternative abatement standard?
Yes.
Do you believe that the petition met those requirements?
I do not.
Why not?
There was no information provided on the technical feasibility of meeting the standard. No specific attempt to quantify the cost of meeting the requirements, as Ms. Bignell also testified, and no information or documentation as to the economic capability of the petitioner.
Thank you. Could you go to the next slide? Can you explain how the Water Authority uses both surface and groundwater to meet its current demands?
Yes. So under Water 2120, the policy is that surface water is the priority use. And so you try to use as much surface water, much San Juan water as you can. Then groundwater is used for peak deliveries in the summer and when demands exceed the surface water treatment plant capacity. So it's not just during drought that groundwater is used, but it's also in the summer when demands exceed the capacity of the water treatment plant, which happens routinely or every summer. And then likewise also in drought when the surface water is not available, we switch to groundwater and need the capacity of the available wells to be able to meet supplies in that circumstance. Because of the way they operate, because of these policies, the Water Authority is always using as much San Juan water as they can. So it's either the treatment plant capacity, the maximum amount they could use through that, or the amount that they have available to them, or so they're using the maximum amount of San Juan water that they can at any given point.
Is the use of groundwater essential for the Water Authority to meet existing and future demands?
It is.
Are the groundwater needs for the Water Authority projected to stay the same or increase in the future as demand increases?
Groundwater needs are projected to increase over time. I believe Ms. Bicknell had a plot that showed that long-range planning that showed that as demand increases, a higher percentage of the total demand would be met with groundwater. Likewise, as you have more variable supply, you'd anticipate additional groundwater needs under those circumstances.
All right, the next slide, please. Are you familiar with the groundwater modeling performed by Hazen and Sawyer for the Water Authority as part of their source water protection program?
Yes.
Can you summarize that modeling work, please?
Yes. So using the USGS model, we did particle tracking from the wells to estimate capture zones of the wells. And so the way that works is you develop a flow field from the hydraulic model, and then you run ModPath with simulated particles essentially to say where would those particles come from. And so we're running that from the well locations backwards. So you're actually going back in time over that flow field to look at where those particles came from. You put those at various levels in the well, and that gives you a picture of where the water would have come from in those circumstances. Next slide, please. So this work was completed in support of the source protection planning that the Water Authority completed. So Fox wasn't a specific piece of this, but the saturated area below the Fox site is within the simulated capture zone of Santa Barbara. And coming out of that process, as Ms. Bicknell testified, Fox became a priority risk site given the timeframes and the contamination of that site. So what would be the impact of shutting down Santa Barbara on the Water Authority? They would have to look at other potential sites for wells. There would be permitting, design, construction costs to go do that, to replace that well. It's a significant cost and burden for the Water Authority. The regulatory process can be long as well in that.
All right. Next slide, please. Does approval of this alternative abatement standard pose a present and future hazard to the property owners surrounding the site, the local community, and the Water Authority and its ratepayers?
Yes. So creating the alternative abatement standard doesn't do anything to change the risk. It basically leaves the contamination in place. So the risk that we have today is the risk that we'd have with or without that standard. Because the plume isn't fully defined, it's hard to know exactly what that risk is. And again, the Water Authority would have to meet that 7 microampere MCL.
That concludes my questions.
All right, thank you very much. We need a lunch break. Let's come back at 12:30 and we'll take up cross-examination. Thank you. Let's come back from the lunch break, please. We got Ms. Bricknell and Mr. Gates back at the dais. Presumably you've seen enough of this hearing, you know that Mr. Domenici will ask you questions, and then Mr. Knight, and then all the commissioners. All right, Mr. Domenici.
Thank you. So mostly I'm going to go witness by witness. So I'm going to start with the same order you all testified. So Ms. Bicknell, what I'd like to do is just go into some of your testimony. I understood you were in the private consulting world before you went to work for the authority. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you ever do a stage or do an abatement plan?
I did not.
Do you know what the acronym NFA stands for?
NFA?
Yes.
I do not.
Do you know what the phrase "no further action"
Yes.
means? What does it mean?
It means that the regulatory authority has reviewed the documents that have been presented at a site and deemed that there's no longer any action that's needed, and the site is then closed. No further action.
And were you aware that the Fox location received an NFA?
Yes.
And
In the abatement, in the source, what was described as the source area where the property was, yes.
Right. So that NFA, did you interpret that to mean that there was no further action required with respect to the source area?
That appeared to be NMED's intention with the NFA, yes.
And you're challenging that, correct?
I am concerned that there is source material that's remaining that's interacting with the groundwater, and that requires investigation.
So you're challenging the NFA, correct?
I'm challenging that the idea that there is no additional source material remaining in the aquifer to interact with the aquifer.
And are you familiar with soil vapor extraction technology?
Yes.
And are you familiar with how you calculate the mass that's destroyed by soil vapor extraction?
Yes.
And describe how that calculation is made.
They collect estimates of concentration from the soil vapor extraction system, and then based on the volume of air that's removed from the system, they can convert that to a mass estimate. It's something that I haven't seen in the documents that were presented as part of this petition. what was presented historically was what was required for the air quality permit for the city of Albuquerque, which only required concentration estimates.
So the method in which NMED agreed to NFA, the source area, was based on data regarding the vapors in the source area, correct?
That's correct.
And a demonstration by the responsible party that there was no demonstrable source left in the vapors that were being extracted, correct?
Are we referring to the NMED NFA document?
Yes.
So that document specifically found that the vapors were not above the vapor intrusion screening levels, but there were vapors in the well, and it was stated in the report that they would, quote unquote, pose no risk to groundwater.
And are you challenging that?
That was something that was stated in the report submitted by the petition or by the consultant. I don't recall if that was said specifically by NMED. They put no further action on the property itself.
And then you're familiar that a well was drilled near the source area,
Yes.
and you're familiar with the results of that well.
Yes.
Now, if we could, I would like to turn, if we could, to Petitioner Exhibit 6, which is the March 18th semi-annual monitoring report, which contains the data from the various wells over time. And hopefully you can see that on the screen.
I cannot. It would be great if I could. I don't have
Let's
that petition.
See if we can get that up there.
Exhibit.
Yes, Exhibit 6. You have your PowerPoint available, because I'm going to ask you to look at this information and cross-reference your PowerPoint.
I do.
That's it. So if you go back like 2 pages, please. Keep going a little more back.
Are you going forward?
The other way. Okay, you can stop there. Okay. So if you could go to monitor well 7, they're in no numerical order. So it's 4, there's 7. So you are familiar with the data from monitor well 7, aren't you?
Yes.
So let's just go through for the 1.1 DCE, and let's look at which ones of those you would consider non-detect.
All of the ones that say less than 1.0.
Okay, and so then in 2018, you have a 0.27 of 1 part per billion, right?
It's an estimate provided by the lab. They can't with confidence say that that's the actual value. That's why it's flagged with a J.
So you have an estimate of 0.27 of 1 part per billion based on a lab estimate in 2018, correct?
That's what that says, yes.
And then you have a numerical lab result of 1.2 parts per billion in 2024.
I believe it's 2023, but yes.
2023, yes, 8/23/23. And then in 8/19/24, you have another estimate of 0.57 of 1 part per billion in August of 24.
I see that.
And then you have the 25 reading and the 26 reading are non-detect, correct?
Okay, yes.
And I think you indicated that this well was, you would not consider this well to be of the status of non-detect.
I stated that the well itself is insufficient to define the extent of the down gradient plume from where contamination exists.
Because of those 3 readings, right? There's no other data on there that would be possibly support what you just stated, just those 3 readings.
No, because of what I showed on my demonstrative exhibit with the lines of flow from monitoring well 2 and 4, which have contamination. Therefore, flow will go through those wells down gradient. This well is not directly down gradient of 2 and 4.
Okay.
Additional information is necessary down gradient of 2 and 4.
But with respect to this location, the only reason this does not establish non-detect at this location is those 3 readings, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with NMED regulations, and I think so has your other witness. Can you cite the regulation that indicates that this well is non-detect with those readings at those extremely low levels spread out over 20 years?
NMED regulations don't contain a statute that states how to define a non-detect monitoring well.
So that's not, there's no enforceable requirement that would indicate that that is a non-detect well, correct?
That's correct.
If you could turn to monitor well 4, please. I think you go backwards. So this is monitor well 4, and that's why I asked if you could cross-reference your PowerPoint. In particular, this is on page 15 of your PowerPoint. So that's where you have some boxes and you show a trend line and you talk about statistics.
That's correct.
So looking at that, so first let's look at the bottom left-hand corner. So that's monitor well 2, correct?
That's correct.
And I want to be sure that we know what levels we're talking about in monitor well 2. So that's kind of why I wanted to look at back between the actual table that has the data, which was exhibit 6. I don't know if you could toggle back and forth. So that's, and if you could go to monitor well 2, I apologize. It's going to be up the next page. So if you look at monitor well 2 and you start in 8/24 of 22, you have 43 parts per billion, correct?
Yes.
And then after that, you go to 16, 1.6, 9.0, 16, 6.9, and 7.3.
That's correct. Yes.
For all of those samples between March of 23 all the way up to essentially February of 26.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you indicated that, well, when you drew a line through that data, it showed a downward trend, correct?
The Mann-Kendall analysis does indicate that there is some trend existing in the data, yes.
And the standard, the MCL, that's the drinking water standard, is 7.0.
That's right.
Right? So, so do you attribute that reduction from 43 to 7.3 to decay?
I don't have enough information to contribute to qualify what that reduction is due to. Specifically, if we're discussing decay in the sense that it means that mass is being reduced, there isn't enough information presented in the petition to make any determination on that statement.
Do you consider that trend from 2023 to 2026 to show a reduction in risk?
I have no comment on that. I would say no. There's still concentrations, there's contamination present in the monitoring well. It doesn't.
So the difference between concentrations doesn't amount to a difference in risk? That's your testimony?
My testimony is that the petitioner describes contradictory statements of stable plume and then a declining plume due to decay, but provides no information as to the mechanisms of which that decline is occurring, if there is mass being reduced, if there's not. That's what my petition says.
That wasn't my question. I didn't ask what was said. I asked, is it your testimony to this commission that reduction in concentration does not represent a reduction in risk?
My testimony questions the statistical validity of saying the concentration is being reduced. That is what I'm stating.
Without regard to this, does reduction of the concentration levels at any point of contact demonstrate a reduction in risk or not?
If the concentration levels decline and they're below standard, I believe the standard is 8 for 8 quarters, then yes, that would, NMED would use that to say that there's no further action. So yes.
So if the concentrations are 500 parts per billion and they reduce to 10 parts per billion, there's no reduction in risk. That's your testimony. That's what you expect the board to believe. There's no reduction in risk because it didn't go below standard. Just want to be sure.
The water authority would still view this as a risk. So no, there would be no, to us, we would view that as a risk because there's contamination present still.
So risk is just a yes or no to the water authority. There's no gradation of risk. It's just yes if it's 8, and if it's 6.9, it's no.
For this particular site, yes, that is the case. That's not true for all sites.
I'm talking about the water authority. There's no gradation of risk for the water authority.
At this particular site, there is not. But at other sites, when the plume is fully characterized, I may have a different answer.
So they're really, if the water authority can't distinguish between risk based on concentration, there's no way the water authority would ever approve an alternative abatement standard, correct?
I think that's a reasonable assumption. If there's a numerical standard present that defines what the cleanup level should be, that is what we would assert cleanup should be too.
Even if there's no city wells anywhere in the vicinity, correct? Anywhere within the water authority's jurisdiction, no alternative abatement ever would be supported by the authority, correct?
We would not support an alternative abatement.
And how did that decision come to be made so that you can testify about it with authority? Has that been made by the director, by the board?
The Water Authority Governing Board approved Water 2120 Policy H, which states that we will be proactive and engaged in source water protection. And it leaves that up to the recommendation of staff to make those recommendations further. So my testimony here today is supported by our executive director.
Across the board, no alternative abatement standard.
I think that's reasonable. If there's a numeric standard present, I don't think that the Water Authority would support an alternate abatement standard at any site.
I just want to be clear because I understand you testified in support of funding for neglected sites. And there's not unlimited funding for neglected sites. That was a very difficult challenge, wasn't it, to get that funding?
It was.
And to get that sort of crack that door open to start funding sites other than like PSTV sites?
It was, yes.
And you would expect that money would be well spent by whoever makes the decisions, right?
I would.
And you don't foresee a circumstance where the NMED would be sitting here asking the commission to close a site because it meets the alternative abatement standards?
if NMED were here before the board with that position, I would be on this right here, opposed to that decision. We want these things cleaned up. We don't want them left in the ground.
So now I'm going to ask, what do you do to get sites cleaned up if they don't apply for alternative abatement? Like we applied, so obviously we notified you and you involved. But for other sites, there's dozens of them within the authority. Are you taking any affirmative action to say you're not cleaning that site up quickly enough? You're not taking enough effort?
The Water Authority is, for our priority contamination sites, has documented history of engaging with these sites, assessing them, identifying concerns with the sites, and writing letters of concern or any otherwise to NMED. So we have history of that on HP Digital, on Los Angeles landfill, just to name a few. Kirtland Air Force Base. I'm sure you've seen the many letters I've written to NMED about Kirtland Air Force Base.
So for Los Angeles landfill, did you support monitored natural attenuation?
We did not.
And has monitored natural attenuation been successful?
I would like to caveat that by saying there is soil vapor extraction ongoing at that site, and they did attempt groundwater remediation before transitioning to monitored natural attenuation. From the reports that I've seen from that site since, things appear to be going according to their plan, and they seem okay, but
so if we could look at monitor well 4 up on the screen. So let's look at monitor well 4. Well, I apologize. So I wanted to ask you one more question about monitor well 2. So we have that data. And you drew on your PowerPoint when you were looking at the flow direction, you drew a dashed line between the Fox source and monitor well 2, correct?
that's correct.
And you indicated that that could also be a direction of contaminant flow.
I have a question about what concentrations in monitor well 2 indicate. Does it mean that there was cross gradient flow? Is it just simply dispersion? That's what that indicates. That dashed line indicates.
What page is that? I'm trying to find it. I apologize for too many pages.
It's 11 on mine.
Okay. Oh yeah. So you have a dashed line with a question mark there. So, but as far as the data for monitor well 2, we've looked at that, and that data has been trending downward, correct?
There does appear to be a trend that's decreasing in 2, yes.
And then if there were actual groundwater flow in the direction of monitor well 2, that would not be within the capture zone of the Santa Barbara well, correct?
I don't believe I can make that determination.
Did you look at that?
This whole site is within the capture area, which Mr. Greats discussed. The whole area intersects our capture zone. And again, what I say on the right-hand side is that it's not just that one well that's driving flow dynamics in the aquifer. It's true that, yeah, there would be pull towards it. But again, regionally, we have an eastward directional flow because of the pumping center to the east in the eastern service area.
So I understood Mr. Graves' testimony. Maybe I'll ask him. It looked like from your testimony that this site is actually on the very edge of the capture zone.
Which figure are you referring
I'm looking
to?
at your your very colorful photo that the model out.
Okay.
Because I marked the Fox site and it's actually intersects the eastern boundary of what you marked as the capture zone.
I don't recall specifically. My understanding is that the site does fall within that capture zone, whether it's right on the edge or further in. I don't recall specifically. I believe in Ms. Bicknell's testimony when they talked about the further delineation of the priority sites. She showed a 5-year zone that included the Fox site that was based off those capture zones.
Okay. So looking at your slide 11, there's a dashed arrow, but there's two arrows, two blue arrows. Those are meant to depict the direction of groundwater flow, correct?
That's correct.
And the way you determine those is you make sure that they run at a cross section to the elevation that are measured.
Correct.
And I haven't heard any criticism that there is a lack of information on the groundwater gradient sufficient to make accurate groundwater level determinations to then do the direction of flow, correct?
If I recall what I wrote in my testimony, I believe what I stated was that I had some concern of what was going east of the site because of our knowledge of the regional groundwater gradient. So I guess to answer your question, I do have some concerns that those wells may not be sufficient to fully define a potentiometric surface.
What's the minimum number of wells to define a surface?
There isn't a set rule for how many wells are needed. It's up to the.
Well, you have to have 3.
You have to have 3. That's correct. I mean, in this particular case, what you have is 3, 4, and 7, which is quite a odd triangle to draw lines from. You have a lot of play with the potentiometric surface and how it matches up with 7 from those other monitoring wells. If there was an additional monitoring well to the east at one of those question marks, that would help constrain the potentiometric surface and confirm really that with another degree of evidence that the gradient is truly in that direction.
But you use the data that was provided.
I did. I think generally there is a well to the south. From the years and years of monitoring at the site, it does appear that generally the gradient is to the southeast.
And have you measured how far it is from the star there, which is, I think, supposed to be the disposal well to monitor well 4?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I have measured, but I didn't have it written down.
Or did you identify that in any reports where anyone else had referenced that?
I don't recall.
Are you able to testify how far monitor well 7 is from the disposal well? Roughly, if you know.
I apologize. I really can't remember the exact numbers. I'm sure if I read through my testimony, I could find it, but off the top of my head, I don't remember what the number is.
Okay. Do you agree that the direction of groundwater flow generally is what is depicted on your slide 11?
Yes.
And then it varies depending on circumstances?
Yes.
And are you familiar with an NMED employee named Baird Swanson? Have you ever dealt with Baird?
I have not worked with Baird personally, but I have seen, I know he was part of some of these approvals in the past for this site.
Do you know if Baird located monitor well 7 because he chose that as the down gradient well?
That is what was indicated in one of the historical reports, that based on where the supply well was down gradient, it seemed like a reasonable place to put a well to check down gradient.
What do you know what the direction of groundwater flow is in the capture model?
The direction of groundwater flow is towards the supply well.
Is it similar to what's shown on your slide 11?
For that particular well that we show for Santa Barbara, I believe it's similar in direction, yes. There are many, many other wells in this area that are influence that gradient. We just show capture lines from one.
Okay. So I think you testified, or it might have been Mr. Stomp in his opening, that the Water Authority delivers I want to see if I get this right, 30 billion gallons of water a year.
That's correct.
And that's divided between ground and surface water, depending on,
Yes.
I guess, how much surface water is available.
Yeah. Yes.
And this year, if I understand correctly, there's more groundwater being used than perhaps other years where there's more surface water.
This year, we had to turn off our surface water plant, I believe, at the end of April. So we've been on groundwater since. Entirely on groundwater since.
So how much water is pumped out of the Santa Barbara well in, say, a 24-hour period?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
What size of pump is in the Santa Barbara well?
On average, our pumps tend to be 3,500 gallon per minute pumps. They're quite large.
And what size casing is that?
I don't know the specifics, but generally our casings are like 18 to 20 some inches.
And then is the Santa Barbara, is the water coming out of the Santa Barbara well, is it put into a storage tank?
I don't know the specifics of the distribution, the transmission distribution network for that well.
Is that water from that well mixed with water from any other wells before it's delivered?
Likely, yes.
And do those other wells have similar high capacity pumps and large casings?
They do.
And then I understand, pursuant to the either state or federal Drinking Water Act, the city has to test the quality of their groundwater well water, correct?
We do.
Where is the water from the Santa Barbara well tested?
It would be tested from a sample port at the surface.
How frequently is that sample required, if you know?
I don't. That's our compliance division is in charge of collecting our monitoring for these wells.
And when the water is collected at the sample port, is the pump, is the normal pump that you use, the 3,500, I think you said 3,500 horsepower pump, is that what you use to bring the water up to the sample port?
The 35 gallon per, yeah, so the pump that's in the well is all that's in the well. We don't remove that pump for sampling, so yes.
Okay. And is that sampling taken during normal operations of that well?
It depends. I
On what?
don't know. Various operational, it's, yes, if it's in operation, it should be sampled, but we have wells that are on standby that still get sampled. So it just, again,
okay,
depends.
So if the well's operating, the sample would be taken during operations. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And then I think you testified earlier that you don't know if any 1.1 DCE made it to the Santa Barbara well. You just know it hasn't shown up in any samples, right?
That is what I testified, yes.
And why wouldn't it show up in any samples?
It wouldn't show up likely because of dilution across the entire well screen. If it were present, if it were hitting that well, then it's possible there would be dilution that would occur. But this is something that happens at other sites, not just this one. There's a tendency to think that supply wells are definitive estimates of plumes and that they characterize the aquifer, which they don't. They don't give us any estimate of mass. They don't give us any estimate of really what's going on with the plume. So for that reason, because there's a huge well screen that can dilute concentration.
How big is the well screen in the Santa Barbara well?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Hundreds of feet?
Probably, likely.
But the point of compliance for water coming out of the Santa Barbara well is the sample taken at the sample port, correct?
No. The point of compliance is the defined entry point to the distribution system, which aren't necessarily the well sample point.
So there would be, the water would travel even further than from the well through the distribution system before point of compliance.
That's correct.
And there's been no 1.1 DCE shown at any point of compliance for the Santa Barbara well, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the acronym VISL stands for?
Vapor intrusion screening level.
And do you know if the New Mexico Environment Department risk assessment guidance is the enforceable document and sets the enforceable standard for VISL at a particular site?
It does. The screening level guidance is what's used to define compliance points for soil or for vapor.
And you would agree with Mr. Ball's testimony that the screening level is used to establish the standard for toxic pollutants for which there's not a numerical standard?
Yes.
And the authority has not challenged that determination, or actually not that determination, that regulation.
That regulation is complicated. We have a different site that has 1,4-dioxane, which is not a numeric standard, that is very close to our supply wells, and that there's been a discussion point between us and NMED because there's no regulatory standard. So I couldn't say that I across the board agree with that statement.
Well, the section in the groundwater abatement, groundwater regulations themselves that establishes a 1 in 100,000th risk for toxic pollutants, that went through a rulemaking. Did the water authority challenge that?
I don't know. And you're correct. Yeah, the under the paragraph for toxic pollutants does state that in the absence of a numeric standard, that the screening level, the 1 to the -5th level, is sufficient for compliance.
Right, but I was just asking if the water authority challenged that when that became part of it.
I don't know.
Now, again, I'm going to refer to Mr. Stomp's opening because you may not know this. He indicated that there was another site that Fox was involved in, and then the current site that is also sometimes called the Fox site. Are you aware that the responsible party here was not Fox? Are you familiar? Did you see in the documents that Fox has already been through bankruptcy?
I did see that Fox has been through bankruptcy. Yes, so we refer to it as the Fox and its sites colloquially, but I understand it's no longer owned by Fox. It's by this JVP trust.
Because I think Mr. Stomp was sort of trying to indicate that the owners of JVP somehow are responsible for the other Fox site, but you don't have any information that would indicate that's correct, do you?
I can't comment on I don't have anything to comment on that. It was something that was in the 1992 report that the owners of this current site that we're here discussing also had a site across the way in Candelaria in which a disposal well was illegally drilled and used for disposal at that site as well. That is directly out of the 1992 site investigation report.
But the other site was it owned by these same owners or was it owned by Fox? Do you know?
I don't know. I believe it was owned by, I think it was the Fox business that had the other site.
Okay, I think I'm almost done. Let me just flip through here. So just to sort of, I think I'm going to sort of wrap up here with, we saw that you gave a case study, which is on your page. It's your rebuttal. It was the former Y station in Clovis, New Mexico. And you talked about plume migration confirmed with non-detects, or plume location was confirmed with non-detects, and then when one of those showed to detect, the plume dimensions were redrawn. You recall that?
Yes.
But within that plume, there's no active remediation taking place, correct?
That's false. There is active remediation taking place in that plume.
is that source area
No,
remediation?
it's across the entire, basically from that, on slide 12, there's 9 groundwater monitoring wells have been fitted with soil vapor extraction and groundwater extraction technology. And those wells are 4 in the source area at the northeast corner. And then there's, I believe 2 kind of in the center where the plume pinches. And then there's 2 in the lower concentric circled part.
And that site would be funded by the Petroleum Storage Tank Bureau, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with, do you have any idea how many petroleum storage tank sites are within your jurisdiction?
There's a lot.
And are you familiar with any of them that do not have active remediation taking place?
That's not something that I have looked into closely as in regards to this testimony and petition. We consider them in our source water assessment as potential sources of contamination. They are considered and weigh into how we determine how we carry out our source water assessments. But I did not look at any of them specifically in this.
Well, how do you consider them if you don't know if they have active remediation?
Well, in this case, for the purposes of our source water assessment, it is a planning document. We can't consider every individual petroleum storage tank site that's in our service area. So what we do is we just simply take their point, where they are located, and then overlay that with our protection areas, and we assign various risk scores to that. That's documented in our source water assessment, which is included in my exhibits.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to turn to Mr. Gates. So, Mr. Gates, are you familiar with how the Water Authority addresses arsenic that is naturally occurring in groundwater wells that it uses for supply?
I am somewhat familiar. I know that there is a couple of places where they have wellhead treatment. There's some wells that they no longer use. And then there's a treatment system for some of the higher arsenic wells on one side. They also try to blend that where they have wells that are closer to the standard.
So let's focus on the blending, the ones where they blend. Does the arsenic in the wells that is going to be blended, but hasn't blended yet, is that a hazard?
I think, well, maybe I could get you to clarify that a little bit. When you say arsenic in the wells, are you talking about arsenic exceeding a standard?
Yes.
Okay, so presumably the EPA standard would, if the water in that well exceeded that standard, that would constitute a hazard.
Okay. And then after it's blended, does it constitute a hazard?
I think at that point, it would be considered safe under those guidelines or under those standards.
Have you done any engineering work to assist in formulating the blending protocol for any arsenic contaminated or arsenic containing water?
Not that I recall. Nothing specific comes to mind.
Let me just ask, isn't that contradictory to what we just heard, that the city would not, or the authority would never support an alternative abatement standard? They would, anything that's over the limits is a risk, but yet the city is blending arsenic. Aren't those two contradictory?
I don't know a circumstance where an alternative abatement would be proposed for arsenic.
Well, it's not alternative abatement, it's blending. So I'm saying, isn't blending a form of abatement? That's what I'm asking you. How do you distinguish blending from dilution of a situation like the Fox site?
I'm not sure that there's necessarily a distinction in terms of how that would impact those constituents.
There is no distinction. If the water with some contaminant level in it is blended with another large volume of water and the contaminant number goes below the standards, it's not a hazard, correct?
I think that would be technically true. I think the concern at this particular site is not fully understanding what that hazard is. I think it probably would have been interesting to see the petitioner produce information about what the blended amount would be.
Well, you don't have any information about what a blended amount would be, correct?
No, I don't. I actually don't understand fully what the mass at the site is. So I don't know how we would come up with that.
Well, you know the volume coming out of your well, right?
I have I don't know that specifically, but that is information that's attainable. Yeah.
And you could actually back calculate for a certain volume what level of 11 DCE would be required to have that volume exceed the MCL that the authority is concerned about, correct?
I think that's correct. I mean, I would be just as a citizen, I'd be a little concerned if that was the way that we were dealing with contamination issues, but I think you could calculate a volume. But assuming you understood the mass coming in, you could calculate back calculate into what that would look like.
Well, you say you'd be concerned, but that's what you're doing for arsenic, for billions of gallons of water. It's exactly what you're doing. Are you not concerned about the way the authorities handling arsenic?
I am not concerned about the way the water authorities can handling arsenic.
Because it's being blended to reduce the arsenic below a risk level or a standard, correct?
There's so many more complicated things around arsenic in terms of what that standard means and how that standard was come up with, and that's probably outside of this discussion. But.
Okay. Have you ever been the project manager for a site in the abatement program of the New Mexico Environment Department? I know you probably know now, but did you know before what an NFA stood for?
I think yes, but if you had said the acronym, I probably would have said the same thing that Kelsey did.
I'm not trying to, there's so many acronyms. I wasn't.
Yeah, it's you throw an acronym out, who knows, National Fire Protection, I don't know,
But do you understand that for abatement sites, there is a priority given to remediate the source? As a general rule of how you would abate a contamination site, you would try to abate the source.
Generally, source control is the first type of remediation that you would do.
And then you understand that there's been a no further action issued for that first step, the source control step.
At this site, yes.
At this site.
That's my understanding.
Have you had a chance to use the risk assessment guidance of NMED for any purpose?
No.
And you didn't review it for purpose of your testimony today?
No.
May I have 1 minute to confer? I'm going to ask you to refer to your PowerPoint. And in particular, the model output, which is this it? That's it. Here it is in yellow. It's the second to last page of the PowerPoint. You want this one too, to compare. And then we'll come back to the one that's up there. So I just want to be sure we understand what this is showing. So the groundwater direction flow is south 52 east. Is that correct?
What does 52 mean? I'm sorry.
52 degrees.
It's his depiction. This one is south 31 degrees. South 20 degrees is the model.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
South 52 degrees east is his. These are his grade. This is the model.
So what's that one?
The model is south 20 degrees east.
So would this be south 20 degrees east?
I don't know specifically what the. I guess the first thing I'd say is that this is not a depiction of the direction of flow per se. It is the path lines associated with the particle output. The particles were run on a static flow field from a particular point in time, so that would vary depending on what year you're looking at to some extent. I would, it's hard to look at this in plan view when it's a three-dimensional object, but I would assume that the flow is generally along the lines of those particles. They would, if you had changes in pumping associated with that flow field rather than a static flow field, you'd see those lines would be more squiggly and they'd move around more just based off a change in direction in the gradients.
Okay. And if we could go back one slide. What are those red lines? So
the red lines were intended to show the direction of flow broadly based off the potentiometric surface that was provided in the petition.
okay, so those are calculated using the well.
They weren't calculated.
Or just depicted.
They're literally drawn on the PDF by hand to get a eyeballing essentially.
Okay. And so your model would be different from what is depicted on the screen there.
Yes.
And you would expect that.
Yes.
In some circumstances.
Yeah.
Because the model this would be more a snapshot on the screen and the model has a time dimension to it. Is that right?
Yes, and they are also different points in time. So I would anticipate differences, probably minor differences, but differences in those directions.
And did you make a determination whether that data in monitor well 7 was sufficient to depict the extent of the plume at that location?
I didn't make a determination with respect to the data at monitor well 7. I think my concern and that was illustrated with this is essentially that if you look at the direction of flow essentially from monitoring well 4, it appears to be going more towards the east than monitoring well 7, and may be difficult to capture it that well.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Demenci. Mr. Knight, do you have questions?
No question.
All right, Mr. Knight said no questions. Mr. Stump, do you have redirect?
I have a couple of questions, Madam. Kelsey, this is for you. You said that the Water Authority's policy is to support cleanup of contamination sites in the Middle Rio Grande. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And with this current situation with the drought and the lack of surface water, isn't it safe to say that all the water in the aquifer that the Water Authority has a right to use in the Middle Rio Grande will be needed at some point to provide a long-term supply?
Yes.
So wouldn't that policy of supporting cleanup of all contamination sites be consistent with the fact that they're counting on that water to be available in the future?
I think so, yes.
Thank you. Greg, this is for you. Is arsenic naturally occurring in the environment?
Yes.
And when it's occurring in the environment, in terms of the Water Authority's drinking water system, most, if not all, customers are getting some amount of concentrations of arsenic in their system when they're drinking the Water Authority's water.
If they're drinking groundwater or some portion of groundwater, they're getting some. There's probably very small amounts in the surface water.
But it's possible.
It's possible, yeah.
Are chlorinated solvents occurring naturally in the environment?
No.
And if chlorinated solvents were located in a particular drinking water well, would all of the Water Authority's customers be subject to that chlorinated solvent, or would it just be localized to a particular area in which, like the Fox site, if it got to the Santa Barbara well?
Localized to that area.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stomp. Let's start with commission questions. Commissioner Vihil, do you have questions? No. Commissioner Chakalian? No. Commissioner Bayless? No. Commissioner Said? Go ahead, turn on your mic.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, for giving me this opportunity. I have a couple questions for Ms. Bicknell and one question for Mr. Gates. Can you go back to your page 15 of your slide deck that Council was asking earlier, which have 3 boxes depicting some charts? Yes, this one. So to my understanding, the box on the bottom left is monitoring well 2.
That's correct.
Correct. And the remaining 2 red boxes, both are monitoring well 4.
That's correct. I wanted to make sure that I was looking at a consistent time frame. So in my written testimony, I had included all site data for monitoring well 4. But for the purposes of my demonstrative, I pulled a subset out of the full data set just to look at the last 5 years to be consistent with monitoring well 2 and consistent with a statement in the regulations that says that you want to consider 8 quarters of data in terms of when you're looking at declines.
Okay, you almost read my mind. That was my question, why this was broken into boxes instead of the entire data set as one plot. So you already answered that question. At the top of this chart, you say concentration reduction by natural attenuation has not been statistically demonstrated.
That's right. So the top left box, if I can elaborate for a second, is what was included in the petition to describe decay. The petitioner took 2 data points from the full available data, one from February 2021 and one from February 2025, and essentially drew a decay model line between those 2 points and said that the decay was 11.2 years. And I contested that doesn't indicate that a decay model is a good fit for all of the available data to support decline.
Yeah, I think I had gotten that. So what would be a good fit in your opinion?
What I would hope to see and expect to see is, and this is actually what the Los Angeles landfill does, is they actually take all of the available site data and they calculate the natural log of the concentrations. They throw that on the y-axis, and then on the x-axis is your time. That should be a linear relationship, and you can demonstrate that is valid, and that actually is what's done at sites in Albuquerque at the Los Angeles landfill, and that would indicate that the data follows a line, it follows the decay model. You can use some statistics to say, yep, it fits that. Great. That's not what's happening here.
So will that be a recipe for Fox to demonstrate if they included all the points and just did what you just said?
It would be helpful, but I contest that there's additional information that is needed to define the plume. We still have no non-detects that define where this plume is and isn't in the aquifer. And while having all the data, looking at all the data to determine decline is great and helpful, that doesn't solve the problem of still missing a full delineation of the plume.
Is it fair to say that we don't have knowledge of the plume, how bad it is? And on the same token, we can say that maybe it's not that bad because we just don't have knowledge.
I think that's exactly right. We both do not know if it's not that bad or if it is really bad. We're missing that information.
Okay. And I think in your earlier testimony, on your direct, you were saying something about mass not being calculated or not determined. I read that also in this slide deck. Is the intention is to distinguish between the mass per se and the concentration, which is mass per unit volume of something? Is that the intention?
I'm gonna answer and then let me know if I'm not answering your question directly. But it is helpful to know how much mass we start with in terms of like where the contamination is. So we know we got 3,000 gallons dumped into this well, so that there was a starting point of mass that's since diffused and dispersed and traveled through the aquifer. If soil vapor extraction is going to be said to be have successfully abated and removed mass, I would contend that it's helpful to know how much mass that soil vapor extraction system removed. And I just personally haven't seen that in the site documents. What was provided was concentration of soil vapor coming out of the soil vapor extraction system, which is helpful, but was really provided for compliance with an air quality permit, not for investigative purposes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that dilution, when the concentration actually goes below the required level, that's not a satisfactory option for water authority, or is it?
The water authority would respect the compliance standard, which would be 7 micrograms per liter in groundwater. What we would like to see is currently when we talk about non-detects, we're not talking about like cleaning up to non-detect. We're saying that they're important to understand the plume and where it is and where it isn't, and to confirm that we haven't contaminated new portions of the aquifer. But no, we would respect the cleanup level.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's all the questions I had for you, Ms. Picknell. And only one question for you, Mr. Gates. And that is a simple question. The model that you used for particle tracking, was it a calibrated model in terms of particle tracking of groundwater flow or not?
The hydraulic model, the USGS model that was the base that went into that, was a calibrated model. The particle tracking model, ModPath, was not calibrated. I'm not entirely sure how you would do that exactly, but.
Okay, so the particle tracking part was not calibrated, and you are not sure or don't know how that is actually done.
Yeah, so the underlying hydraulic model was calibrated. The particle tracking is purely advective transport. So it's following the flow paths of a calibrated hydraulic model. So I'm not sure what else you would do to further delineate that with using ModPath for particle tracking.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all what I had.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, do you have questions?
Thank you. I think we've covered this last time, but I don't see it on any of your maps. Where exactly is the Santa Barbara well in proximity to the site?
The Santa Barbara well is about a little over 2,000 feet south of the site, from the center of the site.
South of the site.
Yes, that particular well is like southeast of the site.
Okay, and it doesn't show up in any of your maps?
The maps are zoomed in, so I don't show it on the maps. We show that we were just showing the site maps. But it's like about 2,000 feet, a little less than half a mile, or about half a mile south.
Is it close to the old American furniture, or where is it?
Geographically, I don't, I'm sorry, I don't have the cross streets off the top of my head. See
If I may, there's a map in my direct written testimony that shows the location of Santa Barbara L in relation to the site.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. And this is interesting. Let me start just kind of with questions for Ms. Bicknell. You've several times in your testimony, both your written testimony and your presentation today, referenced the Kirtland Air Force Base bulk fuels facility. I find that interesting. How much money has been spent investigating that site to date? Order of magnitude.
Probably millions at this point.
Perhaps
Tens of millions.
Perhaps.
It's an easy to reference site, so forgive me, Bruce, for for bringing it up so many times.
By bringing that site up, are you suggesting that this site needs the same level of investigation?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I brought it up simply because I think it's a well-known contamination site, and it is well investigated, but I'm not trying to say that what has been done there in terms of 180 monitoring wells is what is needed at the Fox site.
I think it would be helpful. It would have been more helpful to the commission if you had picked something that was more in keeping with the scope of this, perhaps Los Angeles landfill or some of the UST sites that exist throughout the city. But that was, again, that's just a question. So let's refer to your figure, and I do appreciate that I did find the numbers finally, but it's in the printed copy. They're pretty. Let's look at slide 11, if we can. That's a, yeah, no, let's go to slide. No, that's it. I'm sorry. And I don't know if this is something that the commission can recommend, but if you were going to drill one more well to address your concerns about plume delineation and the direction of flow, where would you, as just in your professional opinion, where would you drill that well? Would it be on this site, on this map, or off the map?
I would personally put the well, that the second question mark, I'd put it a little to the east of that.
So we're talking about the question mark right there on the margin?
Right there in the margin. I apologize, I don't know the street, but there is a street just, right over the way. I think that would be a really great point.
And would one well answer the questions? I mean, it could determine the maximum extent of the plume, and you could also determine the direction of flow.
It's possible. I think that I think starting with one would be a great point. And then if the data says perhaps there's another step out that needs to occur, that would be great. If the data supports that we've answered our questions, that would also be great. But presently, my concern is that that question mark is there and we don't have an answer for those questions.
Okay, I think that's all. Thank you. And now, Mr. Gates, let's look at your slide, which are not numbered. It's the next to the last slide. It's the particle tracking map. And it's also, I think, figure 3 in your testimony. Okay, so I recognize none of these particles start at the Fox site, but Ms. Bicknell said it's about 2,000 feet from the site to the well. So if I interpret this right, 2,000 feet might be that the very, I'm looking in the lower right-hand corner, the vertical extent, 2,000 feet might be that first set of particles, the ones closest to the Santa Barbara well.
Perhaps.
And it doesn't, my point is, we had testimony from Mr. Snyder that the water table is rising in this area, and it's risen to the point that several of the wells are now submerged. Is that correct?
I recall that testimony, yes.
So if the water table is rising, how do you get a vertical component in those particle tracks?
So, as I testified a moment ago, this is a static flow field that's based off of a single set of information around that. We ran multiple static flow fields to get a range of possibilities, and then looked at the where the particles landed across that range, because that's how that was done. So this is, I mean, you still. There is still a downward gradient due to production from Santa Barbara. So you would anticipate that you're going to have some downward movement of water, and the particles should reflect that in the model. So even in that static flow field, you're going to have both horizontal and vertical gradients. And so that vertical gradient would drive, because you're moving backwards with the particles, you'd be going the opposite of that vertical gradient. So that's where you'd have the particles moving upwards from a capture perspective.
Okay, but at the top of the water table, I mean, we've got a vertical gradient that's going up.
Do we?
I'm asking you. The wells are, the monitoring wells that were drilled some time ago are now submerged.
Right. Yeah, so I believe this flow field is from, I may get the year wrong, but it's essentially at the lowest level prior to the water table rise.
Your written testimony, figure 3, references a report done in 2020. So I think that's consistent. So this is really historical. The model is based on historical predictions or simulations.
Yeah, but it is. You could certainly do predictive analysis as well, but the model was looking at some specific points in time.
And I appreciate that it was a static, based on static conditions. But the response is really slow, isn't it? And we're talking about the piezometric surface responding in time periods of years, if not decades.
The piezometric surface actually responds very quickly to changes in pumping. If you look at the nested wells at, say, Del Sol, any of the nested wells that USGS monitors, you can see the essentially the daily fluctuations at the water table from production.
No, you're absolutely right. And I'm mistaken. I should have used the phrase water table. The water table responds slowly.
Well, but you can see those in the water table wells as well. The overall water table, if you look on average across the whole system, responds very slowly, yes. But like there's, if you think about the time frame that we're talking about from 2008, when the surface water plant came on, to now, you know, that's a fairly fast response overall in terms of those. I mean, we saw the water table rise significantly fairly quickly after that. Quickly on what time scale, you know, in minutes or hours or days or years, but relatively quickly for a aquifer system.
Okay, I'll accept that. Thank you. So now let's look at the individual particle tracks, and I'm looking again at the blue particle tracks closest to the Santa Barbara well, but I could be looking at any of them. As shown in this figure, there's very little vertical distribution. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so the particles were set at the within the layers in the model, and it's just you could set them all throughout the entire well screen essentially and run them, and it's just a lot more computationally intensive. But you're basically setting, you know, essentially bottom of the well in a different layer, and a different layer, and a different layer. So they show, like if you look at the cross section there, you see those gaps. That's because we didn't start particles in the middle of the well.
And the contaminants at the Fox site are going to be in layer 1.
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
So my question again is, there's very little vertical dispersion of these contaminants, at least as shown by this particle tracking model.
Well, there is no dispersion in the particle tracking model, so I'm not sure if I follow your question.
I don't see any vertical distribution of the particle tracks from that site nearest to the Santa Barbara well, with the blue represented by the blue particle tracks.
I guess I'm not totally following what your question is here. So.
It looks to me, if I follow the blue particle tracks, they all enter the Santa Barbara well over a very narrow vertical distribution.
Oh, so another way of putting that might be to say that there appears to be more of a horizontal preferential flow path. I think the other thing to consider here when you're looking at that cross section is the scale. We're talking about, you know, that's well screen, and I think Kelsey mentioned 700 some odd feet, hundreds of feet. So you're looking at hundreds of feet in that vertical. You know, it's hard to see from here, but you know, I don't know if that's tens of feet or what in terms of that distance between essentially the top of layer 1 and the top of the well that we're seeing in this plot.
Okay, I'll buy that. But where I'm getting at is that there is going to be a very large amount of dilution water that's coming in below the level of contamination. And that, I think, is shown by the model here.
No, I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Okay.
I think the one thing I'd add is there is some simplification in the model, and that it's looking at things as if they're essentially homogeneous in a given layer. You got preferential flow paths, you got other things going on. The wells never pull uniformly across the entire screen. They're going to pull preferentially across various areas. It could very well be that area is even deeper. But you know, you can end up with so some of the ways that they look at dealing with arsenic for example, is to screen off certain layers because they contribute more arsenic, right? So you can have more coming in from a given layer. I don't know the specifics here, what that looks like.
Thank you. So, okay, but okay, let me just move on. My last questions, I guess. The Water Authority and actually nationwide accepts blending as a mechanism of complying with the arsenic standard. Isn't that true?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and that's acceptable for arsenic because arsenic's a natural occurring contaminant. Is that its justification?
I don't know the specifics of the Water Authority's policies or justification around that.
Ms. Bicknell?
Yeah, if I could just add into that, what we discussed in terms of looking at and determining how we're going to respond to an impact in a well. One thing that why we emphasize abatement from the responsible party so heavily is that the Water Authority doesn't want to be responsible for change in its operational patterns as a result of contamination that was caused by a third party. In terms of arsenic, we have no control over that existing. It exists naturally in the groundwater. But in terms of these contamination sites that have introduced contamination to the aquifer, we don't want to be held ideally we wouldn't be held to have and be forced to change our operational practices in response to those. Of course, to meet standard, we may have to make a decision to do that, but it's not ideal for us to be in that position.
But if dilution brings the contaminants to well below detectable limits, what's wrong with that?
The issue is that there's contamination in the aquifer, and in this particular instance, we just don't know what that gradient looks like towards the supply well. Perhaps it does is going to get diluted. Perhaps, like Greg said, there's going to be preferential flow that may start pulling more mass in from a certain level of screen, and we may see concentrations in that well. We simply don't have enough information about the plume itself to be comfortable with the fact that it exists so close to a supply well. But certainly, as more information comes in, as we monitor the supply well, again, if we're not seeing a contaminant in that supply well has a standard, that's great for us. But
Thank you, and thank you both. I appreciate the presentations and the written testimony. It was very, very helpful.
Commissioner Chapman?
Thank you.
All right.
Excuse me.
The platform. Oh,
excuse me. Listening to the questions and answers raised the question for me. So is this an appropriate time? I'm trying to understand the theory of the case. And so based on your testimony, and either one of you can answer the question, is it your testimony that this plume, which you have targeted Fox with, is it your testimony that this plume is affecting the water supply at this time or may in the future?
the concern is may, and also we don't know if it's currently, if that, because of the dilution thing, if that answers your question. So may risk for the future, and then we don't know because we don't know what it looks like in the aquifer itself.
So current testing of the Santa Barbara water does not show contamination of this particular chemical at this time.
That's correct.
And you don't know why. It could be because it's so diluted, or it could be that it's not affecting it at this time.
That's right.
So your concern is more in the future.
Yes, we need access to this groundwater, hopefully for the next 100 years. So it's now and into the future for all further operation.
And the remedy that you have imposed on Fox is what?
I'm not sure if I follow your question.
What do you want them to do?
We want the site cleaned up to the standard that's set in the WQCC regulation of 7 micrograms per liter.
And it's your contention that it's within their ability to clean up this site, even though you don't know exactly where the plume is at this point?
So that's a great point. So not knowing exactly where the plume is makes it a little difficult to clean it up. So when I hit on defining the plume, it's always in the spirit of cleaning it up afterwards. And I firmly believe that you shouldn't go into abatement blind. You shouldn't just like throw an abatement solution and hope that it works. You should know where your problem is and then design your solution appropriately to target your problem.
I agree that you should, but have you? You just said you just were speaking in the abstract, saying that one should do something, not in the abstract, but I mean, not in the theoretically, but more concretely. Have you? In directing Fox to abate.
To be clear, the Water Authority has no regulatory authority over Fox. So NMED has that authority. We communicate with NMED with our concerns, which you've all heard many times today, but we communicate with NMED. They're the ones that have the regulatory authority. We have the position of being responsible for providing the drinking water for our constituents, and therefore we advocate to make sure that we can continue to provide that clean water to our constituents. That's why we engage in these sites, but we don't have any authority over responsible parties.
But the Environment Department is relying on data that you provided.
I can't speak to that. The Environment Department, I believe, takes into consideration all the available data from the responsible party and other stakeholders, assesses that internally and makes their determination. Of course, we're happy if it is in line with what we suggest and recommend, but it is ultimately the department's decision and their prerogative to determine what is done.
So based on the questions Commissioner Thompson was asking you, you had diagrams of this modeling that showed the plume is within the zone of the water table that the Santa Barbara well produces?
Yeah, so the modeling shows that, and again, the modeling was done independent of any knowledge or information of the Fox site. It was done for all wells in the system to look at where water is coming from for each of those wells. So the idea is that you're defining that capture zone for each well so you can understand what those risks are to each of those wells. And the Fox site lies within that capture zone that was simulated.
Horizontally or vertically or both?
It's a 3-dimensional simulation, so it's horizontal and vertical simulation.
So the Santa Barbara well, how deep is it?
I don't know that specifically off the top of my head. The wells are typically as much as several thousand feet deep.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And this plume, this modeled plume, how deep does it go?
I don't know. There are wells. There is one well, MW4D, that has a couple samples that were clean at depth. My understanding is that well is about, I want to say 300-ish feet deep. I may be off on that, but so it appears that the plume is above that. So.
And does your modeling predict how long it takes to go from, even if it was 300 feet deep, down to the water table?
You could. That's not been specifically looked at, but I think that's something you could look at with the model. It's not because it's only looking at advection, it's a simplification of the problem. So in general, whatever you see is going to be a little in the model is going to be a little faster than what would happen in reality because of dispersion and diffusion and any other reactions or anything that are taking place.
I ask these questions with the full understanding that it's not your burden to show me that something's one way or another. It's up to the petitioner. He has the burden of persuasion. So I understand that very well. I'm just trying to understand how reliable your information is and how reliable this whole concept is. And that was confusing, especially after I heard the questions of the other commissioners. So I think that's everything. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the commissioners on the platform. Commissioner Fry, do you have questions of the Water Utility Authority panel?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Laney, do you have questions of the Water Utility Authority panel?
Yes, I have just a few. Thank you. Thank you guys for your time this afternoon. I'll leave these questions open to both of you, whoever is most appropriate to answer that. No, excuse me. First, I'm going to just make sure that I've digested this correctly. Essentially, the issue is that the Water Authority does not want to have to be responsible for any potential contamination from the site. Is that boiled down to the simplest possible form of what your concerns are?
I think that's an appropriate summary. Ultimately, we don't want to see inaction at this site eventually lead to a problem at our well.
Okay. So then there was a bit of back and forth on the alternative abatement standard, and I just wanted to ask a few questions around that because I'm not sure I heard exactly what the answer was. Are there, this is a bit speculative, I apologize, but are there scenarios where the Water Authority would support an alternative abatement standard for groundwater contamination? And I realize I'm not putting any parameters around that, but it sounded like the answer was no, and I just want to test that.
I think that generally we would not support it. And I mean, just thinking and reflecting on that a bit more, there is a site in Albuquerque, it's in the northern part, that did get an abatement standard that we didn't engage with, but I'd assert that silence is not condoning what was done. But in any case, I think if it would have to be like some very, very specific thing, like everything's hydraulically controlled and there's been demonstrated to be absolutely no risk of migration from the contaminant plume. And I think there would have to be, we would look at it and expect a lot of conditions. And generally, I would say that wouldn't happen. So in generally, we would be opposed to an alternate abatement standard, especially while a numeric standard is in place.
So interpreting that essentially under 20.2.6, section 4103E, which allows for the abatement alternative standard, your opinion is that it's effectively unavailable for a drinking water aquifer. That's the opinion of the water. I'm sorry. That's the opinion of the Water Authority.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, would you mind restating your question? I just want to make sure I answered it effectively.
So our rules, we have rules for surface and groundwater rules, which are 20.6.2, and then under section 4103, that's the abatement standards and requirements, and then section E allows for an alternative abatement standard. So those are the rules that the commission follows. The Water Authority essentially thinks that section 4103E, which allows for the alternative abatement standard, is effectively unavailable for a drinking water aquifer because you don't want to inherit the risk.
Yeah, I think that's a fair interpretation.
Okay. Okay. I think that clears up, and the rest of my questions were answered. So that's it for me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Any reason? Oh, Commissioner Syed.
I apologize, repeat coming back on the question panel, but I have one very brief question of Mr. Gates. In your presentation, again, I had to renumber them. So page number 9, if you could go. Yes, this one, yes. So this is titled like detailed comments petition for alternative abatement standards. I wanted to make sure, is number 15 your comment, or is it Fox's assertion that you are repeating here?
I in my testimony, so this was their assertion that San Juan Chama water could be leased as a replacement, and I was refuting that comment.
Okay.
I can see where there might be some lack of clarity in the way that's written.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much. That's all.
All right, thank you. Anything else at all from the commission? No? All right, we need a 10-minute break, and when we return, the commission will take up the question of whether to deliberate today with oral closing arguments or at a subsequent meeting with written closing arguments. Let's come back at 2:20. Let's come back from the break, please. Let me make sure that there's nothing else from the parties before asking the commission if they would prefer to deliberate today with oral closing arguments or at a subsequent meeting with written closing arguments. Nothing else? Mr. Demanchi?
I was hoping we might have a very short rebuttal from Mr. Snyder, but I don't know if you allow that.
Oh, what would the topic be?
The groundwater flow direction and the particle calibration question that Commissioner Syed raised.
Okay. How long would you estimate that to be?
My question would be colloquy would be back and forth 5 minutes.
5 minutes? All right. Is Commission okay with that? I would like to get Commissioner Syed's question answered.
I think it's okay.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Demanchi.
So if you could put up the second to last page of Mr. Gates' PowerPoint, which was his groundwater flow model. So I'll let Mr. Snyder explain what happened to him. He had a fishing injury, if you can imagine. Yeah.
I would be wearing fancy shoes if I could put one on.
So I really have two questions. One is to answer Mr. Brankert's question, which is where is the Santa Barbara well in relation to the site? And in order to do that, I'm going to ask that one of those boxes be put up, which shows the, it's in, it was in Ms. Bicknell's testimony.
Mr. Gates referred to his testimony, and it was Exhibit 2, I believe. Council also found it.
Let's see, so.
I was wrong. It wasn't.
So this would be page 11 of Ms. Bicknell. So that one's perfect. So, and then we'll go to another map that shows it. So where is Santa Barbara from Monitor Well 7? What direction?
It would be maybe 10 degrees west of due south. So Santa Barbara number 1 is actually west of MW7 a little bit.
So those flow lines are not really headed towards the Santa Barbara.
No, the further east you depict this gradient, and again, it depends on the quarter where you're looking at the gradient. We've talked about the variations and variabilities, but the gradient is really flat. And the flatter the gradient is, the harder it is to discern the direction of groundwater flow. However, the direction of groundwater flow is always depicted by the mean direction of what the groundwater plume is doing. And so this depiction, some quarters it's a little bit more southerly, some quarters you can reconcile it a little bit more easterly. But again, the main direction of groundwater flow is to the southeast toward the Santa Barbara number 1. And in fact, it's in line with the particle tracking and the mod flow model.
So if you were looking at, if you would looking at Monitor Well 7, that orange dot, you would go straight down and then a little bit to the left. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's where you'd actually find monitor of the Santa Barbara well.
Right.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the other question was just on the particle modeling. So there's a groundwater model, which is calibrated, and there's an evaluation of a particle flowing in that groundwater model. My question to you is, does that particle tracking have any specifics towards tracking a particle of 1,1 DCE?
It's tracking a conservative tracer would be my understanding based on Mr. Gates' testimony. And so it's not looking at retardation due to absorption. It's not looking at dispersion. It's not looking at diffusion. And so there's no depletion whatsoever. And yet we've got a very small mass of solute plume. I've calculated it at 1.2 kilograms. If someone wanted to double my plume thickness, that would be 2.4 kilograms. That's still a very small mass in these terms. Bear in mind, at Kirtland Air Force Base, they lost over 1 million gallons of fuel. So that small a mass, as it moves down gradient towards Santa Barbara number 1, it's going to be depleted by absorption as the contaminants partition from the aqueous phase onto the solid matrix. And we discussed that in my testimony in the prior session.
Okay, thank you. That's all. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bonacci. Mr. Snyder, Mr. Stomp, do you have questions of Mr. Snyder based on that little bit of testimony? Or Mr. Knight? Or Mr. Stomp, you can certainly go first.
No question.
No questions, Mr. Knight? No questions there either. Commissioners, we'll start on this side. Commissioner Chapman. All right, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Chair.
No question.
Commissioner Said. All right, Commissioner Bayless, Commissioner Hill. On the platform, does Commissioner Laney or Commissioner Fry have any questions?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And no questions from Commissioner Chicali. And in that case, Mr. Snyder, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, would you like to lead the commission in a discussion of what they would prefer for deliberations?
Okay, we have received all the testimony of the parties. The record is closed at this point.
That's correct.
However, we have sort of two options here, either to request that the parties provide us with oral closing arguments at this point, and then we can deliberate right now today, or we can ask the parties for written closing arguments, and we can deliberate at a further meeting. And so I guess first I'll ask the parties. You all have any preference?
We prefer today.
Mr. Stubb?
We would be glad to close out today.
Good night. All right. Commissioners?
I'd prefer that we do it today.
Raining.
All right. Okay. Hearing no objections, if you can.
I guess for oral closing argument.
Yes.
All right, we'll begin with the petitioner.
Is there a time limit?
What say we do 10 minutes or so, Mr. DaVinci? Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right, and focus on meeting the criteria maybe at 4103 would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm looking at 4103E1. B and C as two alternative grounds for the commission to approve an alternative abatement standard for the Fox detached plume that we've been discussing. This plume is in under abatement regulations. And if you set an alternative abatement standard of either 70, which would take the 7 parts per billion and use the 10 to the 5th or the 1 in 100,000 and reduce it and multiply it by 10. At 70, the site would be eligible for closure. Or if you use the tap water soil screening level guidance, which is based on, as we showed, revisions of that guidance, updating that guidance, relying on the most recent EPA and other jurisdictions risk analysis, that number could be as high as 284 parts per billion and still be safe. Both of those are conservative numbers. They assume a daily ingestion for 70 years for an adult. So that there's a lot of conservatism already built in those. So the reason we came before you was the JVP Partners Inc. has limited resources. One of the members is deceased. The one remaining member is his daughter testified has dementia. He was not able to appear before you. He's not able to manage his affairs or the affairs of this site. But in conjunction with his circumstances, this site we think is a good site for the use of alternative abatement standards. This is a essential part of the abatement regulations. It is really the only part that allows the commission the flexibility to look at risk and cost benefit. Other than that, sites are managed pretty mechanically, and you have to meet the standards for 8 quarters. And in many cases, or at least some cases, we feel that is unnecessary, and it's certainly not. It's actually inconsistent on many sites with the risk assessment guidelines, which allow for a higher standard. If this were a toxic pollutant that wasn't listed, that we wouldn't even have an issue today. We would be using the 10 to the -5th, and the site would already be closed. So it happens to be a chemical that was listed by the EPA in the 80s. That's the toxicological basis of the 7 parts per billion. Over 40 years old, the more recent toxicological data shows the risk of that at 284 parts per billion. The site itself there's been, we think, misstatements that the source has not been abated. There's a no further action on the source area. There was an SBE operated for years at the source area. There was a well drilled directly through the source area, which was clean all the way through the source area into the clay layer that established a perched aquifer below the clay layer, and it was cleaned. So yes, there was some leakage into the regional aquifer. That's been identified, measured, monitored. We showed you the history of the wells. Monitor well 2 is showing a clear trend going down. I understand there was a question why all the data wasn't used. I think the explanation for that is the circumstances have changed. The groundwater table has been rising because the city has an alternate water supply. They're not pumping as much groundwater. So the last 5 years data was used by Mr. Snyder. I think that's justified. To use the earlier data when the groundwater table was dropping, it really would be misleading. Using the last 5 years data, the 1.1 DCE is decaying. It's decaying in monitor well 4. It's decaying in monitor well 2. It's respectfully monitor well 7 is non-detect. There's 3 detects over 20 years at 1 part per billion, and 2 of those were estimated because they're below the actual laboratory detection level. So we have a down gradient well. We just established that well is down gradient. Of the Santa Barbara well, which is of concern, even though the drawings tend to show the gradient a little bit to the east of that, the actual Santa Barbara well is a little bit more west. And so monitor well 7 is perfectly located. It was ideally located 20 years ago by Baird Swanson. It continues to be a very good monitor well. If the groundwater gradient moves a little bit, you would expect to see variation in that well. And you're really seeing none of any significance. So that we have a stable plume, meaning the particles are not moving, even if the water is. The particles are so de minimis that they are decaying by attaching to soils. And so, and there's the resources, $350,000 to try to do a pump and treat or an injection system would only get you started. So there's not a active technology that's feasible for the responsible party. That is subpart B. Compliance with the standards set in subparts A and B would not be feasible by maximum use of technology within the economic capability of the person. There is no economic capability. There's really no reason to use that maximum technology for this very small mass that is already decaying. The other one, there's no reasonable relationship between the economic and social costs and benefits of attainment of the standard set forth in A and B. We've already seen the standard for 1.1 DCE set forth in subsections A and B is actually contradicted by more recent true health-based data in a screening guideline that utilizes the most recent up-to-date information about what level of risk you would have to have of this chemical if you had a 70-year ingestion. So there's no social benefit to continuing to clean this 1.1 DCE up. And there's no economic benefit either to doing it because it is essentially harmless where it's at. The last piece of my argument I just want to say is Santa Barbara well is a high volume well. Of course, we don't want to affect a valuable well. We know those wells are valuable. They're extremely valuable assets. We won't affect it. That's the bottom line. They had 2 witnesses and they didn't show we would affect it. At these small levels, that is not, that if anything ever got there, it would not be discernible. It would not be impactful. It would not cause any regulatory problems, not cause any health problems, would not cause any operational problems. So there is no true risk downstream. When we use the word risk and we don't quantify it and it's just a risk, a minuscule risk, a unquantified risk, then we're doing a disservice to all of us. We have these sites around the state. We should use this mechanism when the evidence shows it, when the information's available, when we have a clear understanding that if this, God forbid, ever did reach that well, it would be diluted so quickly, it would never be identified, and it's not going to. It's only traveled a couple hundred feet in 35 years. It's not going to travel the next 2,000 feet. There's less of it now. The gradient is very shallow. The water table's moving up, so there's less water being pumped from that well. The chance it even reaches it is minute. If it does, it will be instantaneously diluted. So there is no harm to the water authority. There's no risk to the water authority. There's no risk to the public, and there's no health hazard. So we think we meet the criteria of either B or C. We think the evidence is sufficient. We think there's 20 years of data that we showed in Exhibit 6. They show good trends for Monitor Well 7 for 20 years, for the other 2 wells for the last 5 years. And we would respectfully request you exercise your discretion and enter an alternative abatement standard for this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Demichi. Mr. Knight?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The petitioners simply have not met their burden. The plume has not been characterized, so we don't know if any of we don't know the extent of the risk. We don't know how much contaminant is left. You heard the testimony from all the parties about the lack of full characterization. And until that is done, I think any statements about how much risk there is are just that, just statements. We have zero documentation as to the financial condition of the responsible party here. We've heard testimony about it, but I have not seen any actual physical evidence of what the financial condition of the petitioners are. If they're, if alternative abatement standards are granted, then this site never gets cleaned up. That's the fact. And whereas, in my opinion, we should at least require that all of the assets be expended in the effort to address this intentional contamination that occurred many years ago. And then, after all of the financial assets are expended, we can see where we're at then, and we can, then we can talk about alternative abatement standards, I think. But right now, the testimony is that there is money left, and that money should be used to clean up this contamination before we talk about alternative abatement standards. So I think this would set a terrible precedent, first of all, given the number of other contaminated sites. And I'm sure that, all the responsible parties in New Mexico would like to get out from under their obligations to clean up the contamination at their sites. But that shifts the burden onto the taxpayers, onto the ratepayers of the utility. And that's not fair. They didn't cause the contamination. They have to drink the water. So we respectfully request that you deny the request for alternative abatement standards. And, again, once the assets are depleted, then we can come back and talk about it. But until then, we ask that you deny the petition and make them clean it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Mr. Stump?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. The Water Authority is opposed to the petition. I think everybody understands that. And there was a very interesting discussion at the end of this about transferring the risk to the Water Authority customers by just letting this contamination stay in this ground and slowly moving, however slow it moves. There's debate over whether or not to dispose. But we, first of all, don't know the extent of the site. We don't know where the contamination is, and we have no idea how deep it goes. There's a lot of speculation that was just spoken by Mr. Domenici about what's going to happen to this contamination if it reaches Santa Barbara. I heard instantaneous dilution. What does that even mean? If you're a water authority customer and the water authority has a policy that it's okay to accept groundwater remediation sites to come into our wells, how would you feel about the rate impacts of us saying, well, we have to have a rate increase because there's this TCE contamination that's just sitting in the plume and they just walked away and the rules allow them to walk away. You have to pay for it because somebody has to pay for it. And no matter what the abatement standard is, when that water, contaminated water, reaches the water authority's well, we have to meet the drinking water standard. So there's speculation about dilution. It might be less than the drinking water standard, but what if it's not? And what does that cost to the ratepayers? And it seems to me from a policy consideration, when you're talking about posing a present and future hazard to the public, having a contamination reach a well, a receptor, an actual drinking water source, I can't think of anything more that could be more definitive than calling that a present and future hazard when you're giving it, it's reaching somebody's water supply. And from a policy perspective, as a utility, you have to think about, you have to treat your customers fair. You can't say, I'm going to give you TCE laden water and you guys on the west side, I'm going to give you clean water. And then you guys over here get a different quality of water. And we have this differential water quality that we provide where some people have TCE and some people don't. So it's a very slippery slope from a policy consideration to ask our water authority staff, is it your policy that you're going to inherit the risk? Is there any abatement standards by which you would accept? Think about that slippery slope you're asking the water authority to accept. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of groundwater contamination sites. And each one of those responsible parties could sit here just like Mr. Domenici and make the same argument. Why can't I let the water authority inherit the risk? This responsible party intentionally dumped chemicals into a hole. And they did it for years. And they didn't drill a single groundwater monitoring well. There's no wells. We're talking about the same wells NMED put in 1992 and 1998. They didn't put any wells. They didn't say, well, the petitioner put in this well. They haven't done anything. We don't know where the contamination is. And until we define what the nature and the extent of the contamination is, how can we even know what we're abating? We don't even know what we're abating. So I say that they have not met the regulatory requirements. They have not shown us the economic capability. They haven't showed us the technical feasibility, because you can't show the technical feasibility if you don't even know where it is. How can you say it's going to take 3 wells, it's going to take this, or it's going to take what? What we have is speculation by the petitioner that it could be some huge cost, but we don't know because they don't have an answer. They haven't told us what that means because they haven't done enough work. And I asked the Water Quality Control Commission that I don't think that this is a policy that you want to set where you're telling responsible parties that it's okay if you don't do anything and you just wait long enough until everybody's gone, and we'll just let it go. We'll just let it go to whoever it goes to. What if that's your drinking water supply well? Would you be happy if you had TCE? Even if it's below the contamination standard, would you be happy with that? Would you drink that? Would you want your customers? Would you want your daughter? Would you want your kids, your grandkids to drink that water? The water authority would say no. So if it reaches there, it doesn't matter if it's diluted. The water authority is not going to give that to a customer and say, you're not as important as the customer next door. They can't do that. They can't inherit the risk. So they're going to have to do something different, and it's going to be very costly, and it's going to come on the back of the ratepayers. So I think this is a very serious policy that you have to think about in terms of these abatement standards. There may be an appropriate place for an abatement standard. There might be, but you have to think about what has the responsible party done to show that they're worthy of that abatement standard. And in this case, they've done nothing. Nothing. I think leaving it in the aquifer is clearly a present and future hazard, because it will reach our wells. No matter how they define these particle paths or whatever, it's going to hit one of our wells, because if it's not a well now, it'll be a well in the future, because the water authority is going to be serving water for hopefully hundreds of years. And that spot that's wells right now in Santa Barbara is going to be a different spot 10 years from now, because that well's going to fail and they're going to need new wells and they're going to have to drill new wells. And it's not something we're looking at just what's going to happen in the next 10 years. We're looking at what's going to happen in the next 100 years. So it's not a very simple thing just to say, well, this is over here and this well's over here, so we're safe. No, these wells are going to fail and we're going to have to drill new wells. Where are we going to drill them? Well, we can't drill them there if there's a big old contamination site there. That's a present and future hazard to the public, in my opinion. We've had a big discussion about risk, and there's been some statements made about there's no risk, there's no health risk, there's no risk. I don't think that those statements are true. Those are statistical analysis is done. It doesn't say there's no risk. It says there's a risk at a certain level, and you're accepting that risk at that certain level. It doesn't mean there's no risk. We've been told there's no risk to the water authority. There is risk to the water authority. So I'm asking you to consider the legal ramifications and the policy ramifications of allowing this alternative abatement standard to move forward, because it will impact not just the water authority, but every public water supply entity that has sites within them. As Mr. Domenici said, there's a lot of people that would like to use this. I'm sure there is a lot of people that would like to use this, because shifting the burden is a great thing, right? You walk away, somebody else takes on the responsibility. In real life, that's not something we like very much. As a person, as a family, you don't want to take on somebody else's burden. The water authority shouldn't have to take on the burden from the petitioner. So with that, we respectfully request that the Water Quality Control Commission deny this alternative abatement standard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sapp. All right, Mr. Chair, with the offering of the oral closing statements, the record is closed, and I believe you're ready for deliberations.
Thank you. So we're here on a request for an alternative abatement This is under our regulations 20.6.24103A, which requires abatement of any contaminations that exceed standards. The standards specifically listed either in 3103 or other toxic pollutant. In this case, we do have a contaminant that is listed in 3103 with a standard in place. Under the provision subsection E for alternative abatement standards, there are 4 different types of criteria that can be used. Petitioner here is latching on to 2 of those, B and C. And these read that compliance with the standards set forth in this section would not be feasible by the maximum use of technology within the economic capability of the person. The second one is there is no reasonable relationship between the economic and social costs and benefits of attainment of the standard set forth in this section. Okay. You apply for a standard if you are abating water pollution pursuant to an approved abatement plan. Okay, and then you're unable to meet this abatement standard. Further, the commission may approve this standard if you meet one of these criteria, and this is what the authority is focusing on, you also have to show that compliance with the proposed alternative abatement standard will not create a present or future hazard to public health or undue damage to property. Okay, so that's sort of our framework for making a decision here. And so conversation, comments, thoughts?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair.
This is really a difficult situation, and I am conflicted. I think the arguments by both parties, petitioner and the opponents, are very persuasive. But there is a mechanism in the regulation for alternative abatement standards, and so the commission at some point in the past recognize there might be a place for it. And I'm not sure if we've met the criteria in 4103 Part E. At the same time, it seems to me the risk to the public for contamination from this, for the reasons that we've talked about this morning and this afternoon, the risk is very small. So I can see both sides. I'm not arguing for either one at the moment. Thank you.
Commissioner Fry or Commissioner Laney?
I have some thoughts. I'm just collecting them. I apologize. Hang on one second here. Perhaps I guess if we could maybe look back at the record from last time we met, as far as the abatement standards and requirements that are covered under 20.6.2.4103 A through D. Those are the ones I was hoping maybe we could look back at and see if those elements are the ones that I would like to know whether or not there was ever any efforts towards, if they were covered before the abatement, alternative abatement standard came up. I apologize. I'm putting my thoughts together as I'm speaking, so bear with me. I'm going to pause for a minute. I'll let somebody else have the floor. I'm going to look over this for just a second longer. I'm just going through my notes. So if anybody else would like to add to this, I will come back to it in just a minute.
Okay. Commissioner Fry? I know Commissioner Fry had to leave for an appointment at some point this afternoon. I'm not sure.
I thought it was 3:30.
Well, let me just chat about this for a point. And I think the goal of our regulations is that if you have contamination above a certain standard in the groundwater and someone is a responsible party, that contamination must be cleaned up. It doesn't matter whether that contamination is in the middle of the city of Albuquerque or out in the middle of the Llano Escotado. Okay? It doesn't matter whether it's going to affect somebody's drinking water well or not. If there's contamination under our rules of the groundwater, we protect the groundwater and therefore it needs to be cleaned up. Therefore, I think the issues raised by the utility authority affect that last statement, which says even if you meet one of these other criteria, it doesn't matter if you're creating a present or future hazard to public health. Okay, but that creating a present or future hazard to public health isn't a precondition to cleaning up something. You clean it up because there is contamination of the groundwater. Okay. I struggle with this because I don't know that the department has really figured out the extent of the contamination here and what it would take to clean it up. I think there's further work that needs to be done, and this all may be a bit premature. You have to characterize the extent of the aquifer, the extent of the contamination before you come up with a remedy, and it seems like the department is well away from that. So I don't know, and I don't really see where this new standard comes from that's suddenly 40 times higher than the standard that's in our regulations. Okay, other than they had to come up with a number somehow that was above what the current contamination was. I do think it would set an unfortunate precedent if we went with the notion that somebody screams poverty and we let them off. They may not be capable of doing the reclamation anyway, but I don't know that that should be a reason for an alternative abatement standard. So anyway, as you can see, I'm somewhat negative toward the application. I'd like to hear from others then.
I have a comment or a question for clarification. In your statement, you just said several times where there is contamination of the groundwater. You said that phrase multiple times. I asked that question specifically, and so far the answer is there is no contamination of groundwater.
That's not true.
Okay, would you explain it?
Monitor well results that show that this one particular contaminant, 11-DCE, I won't try to give you the whole name for it, has a level under 3103 of 7 micrograms per liter. And in at least 2 monitoring wells, there have been a number of results above that contamination level. There's obviously debate about whether those numbers are going down, whether they will naturally attenuate, whatever. But we have, with the results, contamination above in the groundwater above the regulatory levels for this particular contaminant.
And I think I was differentiating between that and the potential of contaminating the well itself. That's where I was going. Thank you.
Okay, we have a hand raised from Commissioner Fry, and so go for it.
So Chair Brankert, I heard you saying, that NMED's role in all of this, but I think we come back to the burden of proof is with the petitioner, and they need to be able to show that, or in my opinion, they need to characterize the plume, and I don't feel like they sufficiently have done that. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Laney?
Yes, thank you. I did find some notes of mine. So, and at the last time we've met on this one, part of the argument was that eventually it will reach natural attainment. And I guess part of my line of thought was, doesn't that undermine the claim of it being infeasible? And in which case, then, is it truly infeasibility that becomes the issue, or is it more of an unwillingness to continue with the monitoring and the effort that it requires to make sure that the plume isn't moving or spreading, or that the contamination isn't increasing, or perhaps monitor that it is in fact decreasing? So I'm a little bit concerned that it isn't necessarily infeasibility as a standalone, but perhaps an unwillingness to want to continue that. I would have liked to have seen, as part of the technical record versus just testimony, that there is actually a financial hardship, because I do see that we have some allowance for that being the case, but none of that was presented in technical evidence. It was just testimony that we received early on in the beginning of the hearing. I agree with Chair Brankert that it's the commission's responsibility to uphold these rules. yeah, I agree that, you know, our role is to make sure that any of those limits are being met or that they're not being exceeded. I did have some further questions on whether or not they could really ensure that there were no future hazards since they couldn't really establish the groundwater flow conditions and that those were changing, that there was rising water levels. I wasn't convinced either that they had established that there weren't current hazards. These are just some of the notes that I had put down from the last time that we met on this that I thought I'd share so that I could add to the conversation perhaps. I did have some questions kind of testing if there were, you know, if the interpretation under 4103E was being applied too narrowly, but I feel like NMED went through that fairly well, with the biggest concern being that it's just not well quantified and that more monitoring is really needed. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Mr. Chapman.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll weigh in a little bit here. I have to say that I echo some concerns about the idea of precedent. And I agree with Commissioner Fry about the burden of proof being on the petitioner. I also disagree with Vice Chair that this is a low risk situation. I just don't think that enough information was presented with respect to characterization. So I don't know if we can definitively say that. And I don't think that the petitioner made it clear towards efforts towards remediation. So that's where I stand.
Hearing no further comments, is the commission ready to take a vote? Mr. Bayless? Would you like to make a motion?
I move that the petition be denied.
We have a second?
Second that.
Have a roll call. This is a motion to deny the petition.
Commissioner Bayless, your vote.
Yes.
Chair Brankard.
Yes.
Commissioner Shikalian.
Yes.
Commissioner Chapman.
Yes.
Excuse me. Commissioner Laney.
Yes.
Commissioner Fry.
Yes.
Commissioner Syed.
No.
Vice Chair Thompson.
No.
Commissioner Vehil.
No.
The majority are yes. Chair Brankard. The motion passes.
Sorry, what was the actual vote?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 3. 6 yes, 6 in the affirmative, 3 no.
Since this commission needs 6 votes in order to take action, we have taken action. Thank you all. Do we have anything further?
Commission Council will draft an order documenting your vote.
Okay, thank you. I guess we're back on the agenda then. If that's all on this matter. Our next meeting in August is what date, Pam?
It's August 11th.
Okay. We don't have a lot of items on the agenda in August, but we do need to keep a whole bunch of matters moving forward. Get through by the end of the year, so I appreciate if folks could take a little bit of time, even though that's a tough time of year. Council, if you want to send out sort of a summary of litigation, not a lot of huge developments, but we have 3 cases in the appellate courts. It's always good to know where they are.
Will do.
Okay. Any other comments or things to bring before the commission?
When is the triennial review?
September 28th.
September 28th.
And it's set, I believe, for 4 days.
It is. We may or may not use all 4 days, Commissioner Vihel.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
You second.
Anyone opposed? Thank you all.